All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time. Somehow it's time already. The holiday weekend comes to a damn close. I swear, holidays on the weekends is a major scam. Major scam. 1 day off. 1 day off. Ridiculous. How's everybody doing tonight? Ugly bags of water can be full of shit, but it changes the composition somehow. Interesting. That's different. I mean, I'm willing to concede that I am full of shit, but oh boy, look at that. Wow. Interesting. So we're gapping up. Is this the Santa Claus rally or what? I don't know. It's what we need. Another reason for this market to rally. I mean, seriously. Although, in terms of patterns and stuff, hey, gap and crap works. Gap up, futures open, um, do whatever bullshit and then dump. I don't know. If it opened lower, well then it kind of, maybe it's going to go up. If it opens higher, maybe it'll go down. It also could go up. So if it opens down, it could go down. But the idea is just to get a sense of what's happening. And then also um, over here on, so I have, oops, yeah, trading economics up with the world markets. So we could see like what any markets that were open on Monday. So Estone saw Spain. Spain was flat. Russia was up 0.75%. Turkey was up almost 1%. Now, when we get down here to, I believe this is Brazil. Brazil was down 9/10%. Mexico down 0.6%. China pretty much up. India up. You get down here into Qatar and Vietnam and Vietnam. VN is Vietnam. I think HNX is also Vietnam. These were down sharply, 1.25%, over 3%, 3.5% down. Also Mongolia. You want to say this one's down, but that's Japan VIX. It's down. So, but other than that, anything that was open pretty much up on Monday. So we'll see. That's what I always say. But I mean, what else can we do? We can see. Um, so I am, well, I can't say I'm happy, but you know, last night, well, early this morning. So we're not going to have another long stream today. Don't worry. But well, a couple things. So number one, I have gotten sucked into this ape radio thing. Okay, this is ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. Whoever told me to check that out, oh, curse you. I don't know who it was. Forget. So we're gonna listen to some of that tonight for sure. Because I was listening earlier today, and boy, is it a shit show over there. Is it a shit show? I mean, you guys know what I'm talking about better than I do at this point, probably. Um, so let's see here. Oh no! Now don't do this to me again. Dropping frames like crazy. We did so well last night in terms of the connection. A lot of volatility in this damn connection today. I don't like it. Let's see. Great. So that was one thing, the ape radio thing. Number two, we looked at a video. We looked at a video from Markets with May, and part two was supposed to come out today, and it did, of her video about the reverse split and the short squeeze, supposedly. So part two came out, and I did watch it earlier. Now, rarely do I actually watch these videos ahead of time, but I couldn't contain my curiosity earlier. So I went ahead and watched it, as you can see here. And well, we got to take a look at it. We got to take a look at it. So before we do that, I just want to remind everybody, hey, finance chat link is in the description. That's our Telegram group. Everybody should join and come hang out with us during the week and talk about everything, all things finance, really, not just AMC. Certainly not just AMC. That's just our icebreaker here. But the link's in the description, free, obviously. Good group of people, a lot of people that are regulars in the live streams hang out there. Encourage everybody to. We're all curious, we're all learning, and we're all not apes. So ape free, pretty much. I know now that I said that, we get flooded with apes, but that's fine. It's fine too. It's fine too. We can deal. We can deal with that, I think. So before we do markets with May, we've got this. This was actually from last night. We didn't get to, and I think there might be one or two more that are also ones from stragglers from last night. So here's the Marine Ape Civil War AMC. It's sad, but a reality that didn't have to be. Didn't have to be. Can't we all just get along? Ape Radio is 24/7 retardation. Finance chat is almost as good as Ape Radio. I mean, we should just have a permanent Twitter space, and say, well, Telegram's good for us, but just establish a permanent Twitter space. I don't know if you can do that. Okay. So a real quick rundown of my futures screen here. I really need to make bigger labels on these. I don't think you can do that on here. It's like a text function. I don't know. There's a T. Aha, text note. See how big it is. Well, that doesn't really help. Aha. Okay, well, I'll have to do this later, but this is what I'm going to be ultimately going for here so that it's clear what's what. Oh, I hate these tools too. I just want to move that. Why can't I move it? Oh my God. Oh my God. Uh, Well, anyway, Jesus. We've got the NASDAQ 100 futures here. We've got the S&P 500 futures here. And we've got the Dow Jones Industrial futures on the lower grid here. In the middle is crude oil, CL. In the middle is natural gas, NG. And on the bottom is gasoline futures /RB. On the right is the VIX. The VIX, actually, we should have the VX futures probably there. So VIX futures, you see, or lower. ZN is the 10-year Treasury note. 10-year Treasury note. And at the bottom we have the dollar, DXY. Dollar index. All right, well, we'll let that go and come back and see. Model 3 dude. Welcome back to the full of shit stream. These people, man. Okay, let's get ahead back over here and see what we got. So the Marine, Ape Civil War, sad but a reality. It did not have to be.
Giving a voice to the ones that are frustrated and angry was me being a sick person. But that's nice to know. What's up, folks? Good morning. For those of you that listen in, hey, would you guys rather someone that's brutally honest with you, someone that's going to share their opinion, whether it costs them views or not, or whether it costs them, what do you call it, loyal fans or listeners? I think I said early on, I'm not here for this YouTube channel. I wasn't here in this community for any of this. I didn't even want to get in it back then, but a buddy of mine was like, dude, start talking. You can make some videos to help people. And I did on Twitter. The thing is I believe in the corruption. And so now I'm officially getting threats. And when I say threats, it's from another YouTuber that's coming at me, stating they're going to go and make a video about me and a couple other YouTubers and basically calling us out for being FUDsters or whatever you want to call it. I don't care. And you know, my response is, I'm a Marine, dude. You know that's not going to stop me. I don't give a shit what you guys do. Because here's the thing. You need it for the extra paycheck. You literally do. You created your channels, guys. I'm sorry. You created your channels, whatever your case may be. You prolonged your channels and you continued your channels to make money. You created subsidiary ways to make money from it. Which means, at the end of the day, you're corrupted by the money that you make. So it's going to force you to try to jump on whichever bandwagon you feel is the largest or draws the most views or gets the most attention. And here's my thing. Have I told anyone to sell? Because now I'm being told that I'm going to be the cause of people selling. That I'm going to cause people to sell and I'm going to be the one that run the movement. I find that hard to believe because A, I get maybe 1,000 views. 2, I'm not a big influencer on YouTube. I don't have the channel that some of these people have worked desperately hard to create for themselves. It's not how I roll. But I also get it. I said there was a war coming. I've mentioned this before, against the greed and those that want to see change. Might as well say it now. We're in the civil war of the ape. We're in the civil war of the movement. There's so much objection and so much feelings and beliefs on either side. And I get the ones that want to stay positive, right? Let's not say anything because we need to give people hope. But here's the thing for me. I've said it a million times. If you believe in this play or you believe in the corruption, you don't need hope.
Believe in the corruption. That's such an odd thing to say.
And dates just to keep holding on. And my other problem is these folks that are doing that are giving these dates and these hopians and margin call Mondays and all this shit that's supposed to be coming for you. All that does is fuck with your head. And no one's listening to or talking to or embracing the quiet ones, the ape underground, the ones that are frustrated and angry and upset. I hear it from all levels. I hear your frustration. I hear some of you are so done you want to be out. Some of you are just caught and you want to believe. Some of you are still believing. You know, your faith is all over the place. And listen, if you don't embrace you, you're the big ones. You're the majority. You are the minority. I believe it, and I know it.
Wait, what?
But I get in human society, listen, if you don't embrace you, you're the big ones. You're the majority. You are the minority. I believe it, and I know it.
Okay.
But I get in human society, there's people that just need
Model 3 dudes going to the strip club. Oh, shit.
so they remain in their strength. But I know that the ones
Hoping
that
to see
you that are
Tara.
upset, we need to talk to you too. We need to embrace you and understand. And that's why, again,
OnlyFans doesn't
tell
take
me,
singles.
where did I say to sell? Because that ain't what I'm going to tell you to do. I'm also going to tell you not to put your hope in any YouTuber.
You're a pumper.
I've done that before in the past. Not to put your hope in any freaking body. Not to put your hope in Adam Aron or any of these people. Because they will always, they're human.
About Scavenger. Can I put my hope in Scavenger?
I will let you down. I've done it plenty of times. If I change something I say or I go a direction that someone doesn't like, which is happening now, I'm going to get these threats and these attacks and all these stuff coming at me. Why? Because they don't like it. They don't want to hear what I have to say, whatever the case may be. But again, just like I told this tuber, I'm not going to let my legacy go down in the future or whatever comes of this, that all I was a simple YouTube pumper. I am not going to have my legacy be tarnished and go down in human life as just being another Trey or Matt or freaking Bigums or Boss Blunts or a few of these other people. I'm not going to do that. If I've been in this fight for 2 years, I'm going to go out fighting. Neither did I say I'm selling. Now, I said that if APE gets up high enough, because that's my hope now. My hope is that they'll put enough pressure on APE and that APE will have to close all those shorts, which I'm questioning now. But unfortunately, people are afraid of getting those questions answered. And again, that's human nature, right? But if APE can get up high enough, then I can at least secure myself and I still have the AMC because, see, I committed to hold AMC. And I am. I've been holding AMC since the beginning because to me, that's the overshorted stock. Isn't that the stock that we all believe got shorted into oblivion that has billions? That's what I bought into. I never bought into the idea that APE was the synthetic.
It sounds like somebody was trying to convince himself.
I did because I figured it'd be the insurance because I'm get caught up in we got to save Billy. Why do I got to save the company? It's 2 years later. It's supposed to be in good hands. I'm thinking we should be saving us, right? We should be seeing something for us. And there's nothing wrong with feeling that way.
Well, you could have taken
I
profits.
started standing up for you folks that are frustrated and that feel that way. That want to express yourselves instead of being shot down and told you're just FUD or you're no good or you're running the movement.
Hey, is he going to stand up for me?
Because you know what? The desperate ones, in my opinion, are the ones that are going to do the attacking. The desperate ones are the ones that's putting everybody down. Telling them to sell. You don't want to be in it.
Okay. Why is it always like the worst thing you could do, the cardinal sin, it would be to tell somebody to sell? That's like the worst thing in their mind. He doesn't. He's never done that. He would never do that. But that's all that we do is tell people to sell, apparently. Okay. And also, the worst ones are what?
Movement. Because you know what? The desperate ones, in my opinion,
The desperate ones
do the attacking.
The desperate ones are the ones who get on and do the attacking. Okay? What you perceive as an attack is actually, more often than not, when it comes from this channel and channels like this, which there are very few, what you perceive as attacks, it's simple facts, my friend. Facts. You don't like them. It's uncomfortable. You don't want to confront reality. Don't want to listen to another viewpoint. The time for that ship has sailed. That ship has sailed. That's the way this community's always been. And ultimately, and we've been saying this for a while now, it will bring about the demise of their portfolios. The idea of investing is to make money for yourself. Exactly. Exactly. I hold for you, you hold for me is garbage. And I'll be goddamned if I'm worried about somebody else's position. That's completely backwards and upside down and inside out. All of them. The worst type of person is the shill that lies about a bankrupt company promising infinite returns. I mean, yes. That is literally the worst. And that's what we got with a lot of these AMC pumpers. I mean, he likes to think that he's different and maybe, in some kind of nominal way, he is. But at the end of the day, he just said that he's holding he's holding AMC. He's been holding AMC. That's what he got into to do. That's what he's going to continue to do. That's the one that has billions of naked shorts. So stick with the plan. Now, that was echoed in APE radio earlier, where they were, going back and forth about this. Well, what about buy and hold? This was the plan before. Now we have this other thing that's happening, and we'll get to that. Okay.
The desperate ones are the ones that's putting everybody down.
Putting everybody down.
You don't want to be in it. Paper hand bitch, all that shit. Why?
No, we don't. I mean, nobody says to sell, but I mean, that would probably, if you looked at the objective facts, that would probably have been the smart thing to do a while ago, as in taking profits. So that's putting people down. That's the worst. That's the most desperate people. I mean, they need to realize that people who don't see the MOAS and the AMC quote unquote short squeeze, supposed short squeeze setup the way they do, people who don't see it that way, we're not hedgies, we're not shills, we're not working for Citadel, we're not Ken Griffin's bitch boys. We're just people who weren't indoctrinated with the narrative. And that's a big point. I'm not looking at it through the rose-colored glasses that these people are. That's not what we weren't indoctrinated in that belief system. And in fact, once we learned about what these people do believe and started looking into the actual facts, that's when we started quote unquote bashing them. Although it's really just bringing up to light the actual reality of the situation. So, I mean, it's a fixed mindset that is not in the position to really change and grow, which is, kind of ridiculous, especially, when you claim to have been, oh, we learned so much, and oh, we're saving, we're bringing about change and all this. How can those characters sleep at night knowing they can convince relatives, coworkers, and strangers to waste hard-earned money into a bad business? Well, I would just direct them to that little disclaimer that's at the bottom of every brokerage page. Past performance does not guarantee future results. You're at risk of losing your entire investment. If you didn't know that when you got into it. Yeah, we sleep like a baby after watching this too. Okay.
We're all shareholders. We all have a say in this. Somebody has to fight for
Okay. I don't think their votes are going to matter. I mean, I don't have the numbers in front of me, so I'll concede that that's my speculation. Somebody might know off the top of their head if it's possible, but I don't know. I mean, I really don't know. The way it is now, I can't really say, which way it's going to go because people are on both sides of it. I want to create like a chart, with like vote yes, vote no, and keep track of who's saying what. So I might do that so we can get a sense. But I mean, the influencers, that doesn't really speak for everybody. So civil war, I don't know.
people, and I'm fighting for you because I understand how you feel. But at the same time, if you've listened to any of my messaging at all, and not just a couple videos here and there, you'll know most.
Peter, what's happening?
Said unite to bring everyone together. But see what's happening? It's
actually, I think it said untie, as in this is becoming untied.
Divided even farther. That's what I call the ape civil war. It's getting divided even farther, and everybody's in the red, and everybody's emotions, and everybody's got an opinion, and all this other shit. Look, if you believe in the corruption, you ain't going nowhere. You'll truly ride this to zero because you're going to try to expose and fight the actual corruption itself. And that's what I'm talking about.
What is the corruption?
And that's what I'm doing.
What is the corruption?
I don't need any hopium. I don't need any fucking dates. Or I don't need stuff blown every round and make it feel good about something. I don't like the reverse split. I have a feeling. That's my feeling. Do I like the conversion? Yeah, I figured that was going to happen anyway. That was just part of the plan. But I'm not a fan of the reverse split, and I'm going to share how I feel about that. And to lie to you And to try to blow some story, twisting, smokium, hopium to try to twist it,
Smokium?
better to get you to
I like
watch me
that.
and watch my channel
Smokium.
and hear the views. For what? A couple $100 off this damn channel? No, I'm not tarnishing
Damn,
my legacy.
a couple
like
$100?
Not
Shit.
at all. I told you guys, I will say what I want, how I want, when I
He's
want.
banking on that.
Whenever. It's my channel. You don't fucking like it, don't listen. It was really, like, literally that easy. But that's okay. People want to make threats. You want to come at me? Sure. People have been coming at me for 2 years. You ain't going to hurt me none. In fact, I kind of like my name being in people's heads. That means I'm living wreck-free. What's the old saying say? I'm going to get some marine deranged syndrome, MDS. I'm already getting it, guys. Why? If you really believe in this movement, why would you want to attack people? And when I say this movement, you believe in the corruption part of it.
Well, because they, I mean,
fight the corruption,
because they,
not each other. Think about that. Where is
because
the
they believe that their
and that means looking
opinion on
everywhere
it is right.
to find all the corruption that we can. It also means why I said it's time to stand up. Out of everybody and all the tubers and everybody, you don't see me giving you dates. The date I gave you was us to come outside and stand up for mass awareness. January 27, 28. That's literally what I've been calling for. Nothing else. Because I know standing up and making our voices louder, I believe without a doubt, can make an impact, and it's doing a whole lot more than we are now.
How?
I don't see anything wrong.
Your voice is standing up. Your voice is, it means nothing. You can vote on the thing. That's it. So that is your voice. That's what you can do. You can vote on the ballot initiatives. Protesting, physical gatherings and all that shit, it's a waste of time, a waste of money. It's more of a liability than anything else. I'm just going to be straight up about it. It's a liability. It has the potential to really, I think, it's crazy to say this, but, bring even more of a black eye to this whole thing, because who knows what's going to happen. That's how bad shit can happen with a bunch of people that are in an emotional state gathering. The energy gets compounded or something, and powder kegs can explode. I'm not counting on that happening. I don't want that to happen, but we've seen it happen before. Standing up, okay, stand up, make your voice known, vote on the thing when it comes out, but I think it's a done deal.
Wrong with it, and there's hundreds and probably thousands of you by now. People are sending me messages. I'm showing up on other people's channels now. I'm showing up in freaking Instagrams. I'm showing up everywhere. People are talking about it. So I know you're listening and I know you're talking. That's the APE Underground, and it's time for the APE Underground to rise up. And we're seeing enough shit.
Underground.
Even if you didn't want to, you should be frustrated enough that you're like, you know what? I got to stand for my rights. I got to fight for my 1,000 Lambos, right? What the hell's wrong with that?
1,000 Lambos.
But you can hate me. You can go against me. Wait till this YouTuber puts a video out about me. Let's see if that happens, because come at me, bro. It doesn't matter to me, man.
I hate when they talk about other YouTubers and don't mention their name. Why not? Just fucking mention their name.
Do that all you want. This is my channel. This is my place. People listen to me because they want to. I'm not here for the money. I'm not here for the discords, and I'm not here for the gear. If I was, I'd already been making a shit ton of money a long time ago, and
I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong about the covered calls thing, but how many apes do you think actually are selling covered calls? How many of these people do you think are actually doing that? I mean, undoubtedly some are, but I think it's far less than we would imagine. I'd say most of I mean, if anything, they're buying calls. So, yeah, just a few. I mean, I'm not really worried about that aspect of it. Will kill volume and liquidity. Manny predicts that less than 40% of total shares will be voted. Most apes portfolios are like dead crypto wallets, just dormant. But I mean, yeah, I think probably just a few. I mean, shit, if they're skilled enough, to do that, then why the fuck are they fucking around with AMC still? I mean, that's my thing. If you have the you know the resourcefulness to sell covered calls, why are you fucking around with AMC still? Like, you should be able to make money then. Anyway, Morantz doesn't sell GameStop covered calls. Apes don't want to miss the MOAS.
Change my channel and blow hope every single day and everything just to get you to come. Anyway, had to put that out because I'm like, God bless it. These freaking
God bless it.
Civil War, these attacks, man. This sucks. This is exactly what Hedgie wanted. This is exactly what they've been wanting. They wanted us separated. That's why I said don't trust in any of these
as in Ken?
influencers, but look where we are.
That's what Ken wants? Okay. That's what Ken wants. Infighting. Manny's selling Ford covered calls. You know, he needs Ford to go up. Okay. See what I can do about that. I'll buy 1 million shares tomorrow for you. Will that help? Okay. What am I looking for here? Shit. Okay. Here's another video that's along the same vein. It's in the same vein.
What's up, man? It's Frank. Let me say I'm not a financial advisor. Anything that I say in this video is for entertainment purposes only. Whatever I say in this video is my opinion. It may not necessarily be factual. Don't buy, sell, or hold a stock because of anything that I sell in this video. I mean, because of anything that I say in this video. And look, check this out, man. I'm watching different people's videos, right? And man, I'm telling you, something is not right in the community, man. I'm just looking at different people's videos.
Something's not right.
And see, this is how I can tell there is some people in the community, man, they on some bullshit. And I really don't know what's going on.
No shit.
I'm asking myself the question, why is it that certain people, they say that they apes? Why are you trying to change the narrative of what the goals are for an ape? Why are we at a critical time in our short squeeze play? Just because we trying to please Aron. We deviate, man, from what the apes really believe. That's what I'm having a problem with. You see what I'm saying?
In a weird
if you
way,
in this short squeeze play for the whole year.
In a weird way, you know, I mean, I mean, what he's saying makes sense, and let me explain what I mean. Because now you have to kind of suspend your disbelief and just put yourself in the mindset here. But he's saying for 2 years almost, it's been buy and hold, buy and hold, buy and hold. There's synthetic shares. We're going to hold the shares. They won't be able to cover, yada, 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 right? That's been the narrative. That's been the plan. Now, all of a sudden, like overnight or on the 22nd last week, now all of a sudden, you know, uh, now they're doing this conversion. Now they want to do this reverse split. And, you know, I think the assumption is, or at least for some people, that this will cause a squeeze. Other people don't think it will cause a squeeze. So the people that think it will cause a squeeze, if there are people who do, then they're not really a concern because they already think that they've won. But the people who don't think it will cause a squeeze, those are the people, those seem to be the people that are struggling with this because they're not about the give up 90% of our shares thing, which we've talked about why that's wrong and all, you know, this total misconception there. But uh, you know, what do they do, especially if the vote goes through? And so obviously around here, you know, we have looked at all those different pieces and can, you know, call them nonsense and we can shoot it down with facts. And we've done that, you know, for a year and a half now. But in the mind of somebody like Frankie, I can understand why he feels the way he does. That's what I'm getting at. I can understand. Now, having said that, it doesn't matter. It makes no difference. You're going down either way. You're going down either way. So it's really a moot point, and it's just typical ape. You spending all this energy, all this energy, all this time, all this effort, all of this worry, all of this stress, worrying about something that literally makes no difference, will make no difference to the outcome that is inevitable based on the company, its fundamentals, and the future trajectory of the company. So in that sense, it's really no different than anything else. Frankie's a personal finance terrorist. I call him a jihadist, but that might get me in trouble. Feeling and hope. That's how the apes invest. Tony, you said it, you know. Shit. Feeling and hope. Emotions, belief, faith. Faith. They have faith. The Marine mentioned faith. Okay.
Year and a half or 4 years. You should be able to tell, man, when individuals they saying that they apes, but they trying to sell you some bullshit, and that they deviating from what apes really believe. Something, man, is not right. You see what I'm saying?
Something,
Just
man.
ask yourself the question, man. Why would people be like, it's okay to lose 90% of your shares? If you are ape and you in this short squeeze play,
Here we go.
our goal and our narrative has always been you buy as many shares as you can. You diamond hand those shares. That's the thing that's going to bring you
Well,
life-changing money.
that was always false. That was always incorrect, though. So yeah, that's been the narrative. But that doesn't mean it was right, first of all. Number two, I mean, buy and hold. So buying. Why buy? Well, you have to buy it in order to have it. Also, buying exerts, that's demand on the stock. Buying in large numbers, buying the right way, with the right prices, with the right type of orders, can help put upward momentum into the price action. And holding was because the apes believed that at some point, and I've heard 3 different people today say this on Ape Radio and then also on these videos as I was watching some of them earlier. They think that they believed that there would be a point in time where there would be no more shares left to sell. We've heard this before. Where are they getting the shares from? There's no more shares left. These types of statements. And that would be applicable if we're talking about a physical good that was like a finite, tangible item, like toilet paper. My classic example, 2020 example, toilet paper. If you literally run out of toilet paper at the store didn't get it from its distribution center. The distribution center didn't get it from the manufacturer. The manufacturer is backed up. So it's this whole chain of shortage. You're not going to be able to buy it. The store is not going to be able to sell it. Case closed. Well, in the stock market, it's a secondary market, meaning market participants out there, individuals, institutions, firms, funds, etc. Institutional individual investors qualified investors, you know, all these different market participants, people who establish positions in stocks with the intention of profiting. There are all these different people out there, these different entities that hold shares. So when there are, quote, no, how would there ever be no more shares to buy or sell? Because there are always holders out there who are willing to buy or sell at various prices depending on how much they initially paid, what the level was that they borrowed it and shorted it, etc. So there's all at any price level, there are people that are profiting, there are people that are losing, there are people that are closing positions, opening positions, and everything in between. So there's always shares trading. It'll never be there's no more shares. Like we ran out of baby formula. We ran out of cat food. It's not the same. It's not the same. Plus, like money, shares of stock can be lent, they can be borrowed, they can be traded, and positions can be established, multiple positions can be established on one share. So shares and positions are not the same. There's no more shares to buy, bro. I'm buying more next payday. Yeah, that's the kind of stuff. That's exactly what I'm talking about. That's not true. Not true that there will be, you know, no more shares to buy. And then that's when they bring up, well, that's when they're creating the synthetic shares. No. No. You get into things like why were there so many shares traded? How can you trade more than the float in one day? All these questions are interrelated and they all go back to the same concept. I've been racking my brain to think of the term for this, but not fungibility, but it's in that major family of concepts where, you know, these things are like one share does not equate to one position only because they can be borrowed and sold, etc. So you see what I'm saying. Anyway, let's go. Manny's put in a Twitter space here that is apparently attacking Ape Radio. So let's pop over there real quick. And well, if they're attacking Ape Radio, then I can probably go on with my actual Twitter handle. I usually go in anonymously because I don't want to get.
You're worth more than 2026.
Oh, here we go. Yeah.
Nah, I don't know. I think they're going to cut rates before 2026.
But still, the time value of money is still worth. I mean, it's always worth more today than it is 5 years or 4 years.
I hate how the volumes are so disparate on Twitter Spaces.
Trying to unwind their position, right? And they were doing it in a way that is tax advantage. Like these guys have tons of fucking people working on this, right? I'm sure they had multiple attorneys and analysts like doing all the math with complex models to figure this out, right? So, you know, like it just doesn't mean that they're going to be guaranteed to make money. There's definitely times where funds will sell a position knowing that they're going to lose money. You know, like they just have to take the losses. It makes sense to do.
Yep.
But it could pop up, right?
I guess, man, if you really want to bank on that it's going to pop up before it goes bankrupt, sure.
I mean, all I need is $3 and not even $2.89.
Secretary, we're wishful thinking, and if it got to 3, my ass is selling all of it. So, and I'll take my loss too, but like that would be great because it would be less of a loss. But who, I mean, now hearing that they locked in a 66-cent price. I mean, oh my God, this whole thing is just.
Honestly, if you want to get your money back, your better bet is to take your next paycheck, go down to the casino, put it on a number at roulette, and there you go.
Yeah.
That you have.
I am.
Probably
I'm gonna go to Vegas and bet on Miami.
Probably have.
Come on, Allie, let's get on a plane. We're the same person.
Let's
so
go.
We only have to pay for one ticket.
I love roulette. I'm pretty good at it, so I think that's what I need to do. And I was thinking about it.
You probably have a better probability of fucking hitting your number on roulette on one spin than
100%
than making your money back on this.
100. I agree with you. I'm trying to laugh because I'm really crying.
So what do you think the price action was? Like, like all the volume coming in on Thursday, Friday, like 100% day. Like it has to, that can't be retail.
No, but it could be,
short covering.
It's arb traders, right? But like Alex was saying, like not knowing the conversion. I mean, at this price, right? Like at $1 and AMC's trading at $4. I mean, there's still plenty of arb opportunity, but as it creeps up, that arb opportunity is falling, right, with the conversion. So I mean, I don't know that you're going to continue to see volume like that, but
yeah, I heard about her getting kicked out of APE radio, and then
going to draw in some arb tradors, right? I mean,
so I have over in our finance chat, I have the voice channel running. So if anybody wants to jump in over there, feel free.
0.5% of our portfolio. If it pops, great. If not, whatever. Like, I mean, you're playing a very complex game with a lot of unknowns. You go find a company that makes a product that you like, and then you can understand their business and invest in that.
Well, you would agree that the only move to make would be to hold APE. AMC is likely only going down.
The only move is to sell absolutely everything and put your money into something good. It's called cutting your losses, right? Like you just have to do it sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, you guys have to get out of the sunk cost fallacy. Like that's a real thing, and you should look it up.
It is a real thing. A lot of investors do it.
Yes.
A lot of investors. It's just got to come back. One more spin.
Alex and I, any good trader is holding a stock that they hate. If you're not, then you're not diversified. Like I have stocks that I hate, but I sell instead of doing what I should be doing, which is, I mean, I did cut my losses. But I kept 1,850 shares, and I sell options against it as a way to make passive income. But for the most part, I've cut my losses. I'm definitely not holding as much as I did. But everybody takes a gut punch. You won't find anybody in the market who hasn't taken a big hit in the gut.
My favorite position
on something that they believed in.
My favorite position was down 25% this year. I sold it. Why? For tax loss harvesting. I totally planned on buying more shares of it. As soon as my window's up to where it's not I forgot what the trade's called. The circular trade or
wash.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
Wash tail.
Yeah. So look, it's you can't get married to a stock. The only you have to look investing.
But you have to
investing
remember,
without knowing accounting is really hard to do. It's really really hard. Right? There's people that do this for a living.
Kind of. I mean, Adam Aaron's kind of pissing on your.
All right, Peter.
Theory, right? I mean,
catch you later, my friend.
Theory is out the window.
That part. It's the saddest part, really, because I have listened to so many people talk about that they've cleared out their retirements. They've sold this, they've sold that, they've done this to buy so we can own the float. Retail owns the float 90%, and your CEO's literally about to take 10 and give you back 1 at 10x the cost. It's such a kick in the dick. I can't. I actually, even for the people who
why
make
though?
The most, I feel bad for them because I know that they are sitting at tremendous losses because of this. Buy the dip, and you buy the dip and it keeps on dipping, and you keep buying the dip and it keeps on dipping.
Yeah, that's.
I still feel bad for them.
There it is.
Because this sucks.
Look, buy and hold is one of the best ways of making money. However, you have to know what you're buying.
Unprofitable companies.
Yeah, but you have to know what you're buying. That's what I'm saying. You have to know what you are buying. And most people through GameStop. It got everyone all intrigued. And if you go look at GameStop prices, a lot of these people have lost a fuck ton of money too, which was bound to happen. Because GameStop's a worse business than AMC, believe it or not. They're both equally shitty.
I agree. I agree with that too.
Improve their losses.
At least AMC has something that people still want.
Their losses versus GameStop's losses have grown. You have to know what you're buying, right? And knowing what you're buying takes a lot of time and a lot of work. I do not personally buy a position without doing at least 2 months of research on it. Like, at all. I don't give them $1. Because if I'm going to buy something, I plan on holding it for an extended period of time. And that has done very, very well for me. I've beaten the market over the last 10 years.
The problem here is that this synthetic shares thing, this evil hedge fund thing, right? Like a lot of folks will believe that they put their money in this and someone stole it from them. So they are owed it back. But the reality of the situation is you can feel that way. You can feel like you're owed something. You can feel like somebody stole it from you. There is nothing that's going to bring it back. Nothing.
AA spent it on debt. Like, the company is debt ridden. Like, that's where it went.
Well, no,
yeah,
he didn't. Debt has grown. That's the whole thing.
Yeah.
Well, you know what?
That's grown.
And the thing is,
they
like
all sold at $50 a share, so they're all sitting on millions.
That's the reality. The reality is we didn't sell at 72. We bought into this hodl, which a lot of us did. We thought it would run up. It didn't. It's gone nothing but down. And you're right. Should I have cut losses a long time ago? Absolutely. And here we are, right? But believing in a pipe dream at this point obviously is ridiculous. And we just, you know what I mean? I guess all I can say is it's the biggest learning lesson I've ever learned, right?
And
that's all I can say.
There's this theory that they have to give it back.
And I've never, and I always said that. No, they don't have to give anything back. And the shorts don't have, no.
I have lost so much money in the stock market, and no stock market fairies coming to give it back to me, no matter how much I believe that they have to. Look, you chose to be here.
Yep.
Period.
You chose to play a game where you're at a disadvantage. You just are. You're a retail investor, right? Like, you're at
I need
a
to get a ticket to Vegas right now.
And that's what people are always like, you're defending them. I don't defend I fully understand that this is a rigged game. I'm choosing to be in a market against like people who do this for a living. They went to college for this. They run money. They do all of this for a living, and they have billions and trillions of dollars on it. And I'm choosing to go up against them. So no, I'm not defending them and saying that they're somehow right. But I also know that I'm on their fucking turf. This isn't my fucking turf. So I'm not the one with billions of dollars.
Here's a good example.
So I have respect for the market.
Trade with the market. Trade with the market, not against the market.
To find alpha and to find my edge and to find a way to be in this market against one that is wholly stacked against me, and I don't cry about it when I lose.
So here's a perfect example.
When there's a lot of volume, I'm not really supposed to be here.
When there's a lot of volume, I pick up the phone and I call a trader and go, "Hey, what's the volume?" He gives me a detailed breakdown of what happened on an individual stock. I know if it was one trade. I know if it was 2 trades. I know if it was 10 trades. I know what firm it came out of. Like, you guys will never know this stuff, right? Like,
Model 3, dude, that would be a better outcome, I think, at this point, honestly.
Is how retail investors can win.
Just in delaying the inevitable.
That's how
but these people are, by and large,
but he doesn't,
not MOAS supporters.
Buys stable businesses.
These are our allies here.
Favor, right? That have,
I think they're talking to somebody that
at a reasonable value.
This person
and
here
he plans
is
on holding it for
on the fence or something.
10+ years. Right? Like,
discount a book.
Well, he doesn't use that anymore, but because that just doesn't exist anymore. But
now, you want to hear some real cracked out shit?
Like, rarely. You would spend so much time.
And also portfolio management, like not.
Let's go. Let's get to the real shit. Let's get to the real strong shit, the high test shit. Here we go.
Switch them into AMC.
Already, you could tell.
All of ours. See, that's unfair. That's not even.
Here we go. That's unfair.
Not issue. They're just sitting
Well, I
in the bank.
understand that.
Just
I
like
understand that, but he's still
just
holding them. He can
just like
issue them.
just like the company is still holding the Class A preferred stock and
So
the Class B preferred stock.
So what's his
They're
purpose
just sitting there
of holding
holding them
the
in the cash.
So what's his purpose for holding them though?
In order to issue
Okay,
more,
and if you got
possibly in the future to raise capital.
Okay, so if you in the future, okay, we all got our APE shares turned into AMC shares. He's the only one that has APE shares.
We'll come back to that too. Are they cartoon characters? I don't know. Yeah, it sounded like it, didn't it? So check this out. Bam. Bam is back, baby. Look at this. What a retard, okay? Starts right here. AMC APE update, conversion plus reverse split plus path to victory, part 1, part 2, part 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Where's part 7? Where's part 7? There is no part 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. 8 is 7. So there's really 15 parts. I don't know. I just thought that was funny. Why would you do that? Did he make? Is it in a playlist at least? Oh no, of course not. Not gonna watch that. We're gonna get to this shortly. First, God, stocks and crypto plays again. What happens to naked shorts after conversion from scavenger? Cool. Well, instead of actually looking at stock and crypto plays, can we just go to the debunk? We go straight to the debunk. See what he said. See what Shadow Stars said about this.
Hey folks, what's going on? This is Shadow Stars coming at you with another video. Man, looks like I'm making these videos more and more often. Used to only make these maybe once every other week to almost like every other day or every day now. But man, this needs to be corrected. It's absolutely ridiculous. So I'm gonna be covering another video by this guy is an absolute retard. Let me just flat out say it. He is an absolute retard. Stocks and crypto plays. He got no clue what the hell he's talking about. He claims to be a person that's all about AMC, loves AMC. He wants the company to MOAS, but he has no clue what the hell's going on. So without further ado, let's quickly go through what his new video that just came out an hour ago today on the 26 shows.
Hey friends, welcome to Stocks and Crypto Plays. Today I'm talking, if you're an ape, you got into ape for the short squeeze in the MOAS. You didn't get into ape because you love AMC theaters. Yes, they're very nice theaters, but it's just
You didn't get into AMC because the AMC theaters. Well, okay, so he's differentiating himself, I guess. So he doesn't like the theaters, he's just here for the MOAS.
Theater, they don't care about you or I. You and I want financial freedom. So we want the MOAS or we want the short squeeze or both, okay? You know that's true. So hit like, hit subscribe, add notifications, share the video with a friend, okay? Because this is Aaron, the CEO of AMC, is doing everything he can to kill the MOAS and to kill the short squeeze. That doesn't necessarily mean Adam Aaron is an evil man or a bad man. I'm not saying that at all. He's the CEO of APE, would think that he wants that. It's not good for AMC, really. So he doesn't want it. And in fact, I'm going to tell you how I'm telling you it's a fact. I'm not telling you a pipe dream like some of these YouTubers. They're telling you that, oh, you know, with this 10-to-1 reverse split in the APE to AMC, they're going to have to cover. That's a pipe dream, friends. There's no SEC rule on that, okay? They're selling you a fantasy to take your shares away from you. And whoever's telling you that fantasy, there's a good chance they're being paid by the hedge funds, okay?
Who's taking away your shares? Reverse split, yes, the literal number of shares goes down, but the market value, the value of your shares goes up to reflect it. This guy still doesn't seem to understand. You have 10 shares here. At, let's say, they're worth $10. What's that? $100, right? 10-to-1 reverse split. So let's say you only have 1 shares. Now that share is worth 100. So guess what? Your market value of your share is still 100. This and this, it's still the same. Yeah, you lost, quote unquote, 9 shares because you had 10 shares before and you had 1 share now. But guess what? Your value is still 100. How does this guy not understand this concept? Did this guy not pass middle school math?
Ask yourself why some of the most prominent YouTubers disappeared recently. Once they put the ape out, they're gone. Where did these guys go? These top YouTube AMC guys, they're gone. Where did they go? Ask yourself.
Where did they go? They left because, hey, the company's not doing that well. It's not that profitable. It's not turning a profit right now. So they left. They left to find different types of stocks where they can make gains on.
Why? Also, if there's an AMC YouTuber supporting the 10-to-1 reverse split, supporting AMC dilution.
I love it, man.
This proposal is trying to turn about 1.4 billion ape shares into AMC shares to make them one. That's one of the propositions. Another one of the propositions is to get approval.
AMC wants to convert, 1.4 billion ape plus. So the total outstanding. So let me pull this up here. I already did the calculations. You got your Class A common stock of AMC, your ape from your initial dividend. You got the initial ape sold from the at the market program from that press release. Then you got all the shares sold by Antara Capital, to Antara Capital, and then the debt exchange. 1.4 billion shares of total outstanding between AMC and APE. You do the reverse split, you go down to 141 million shares approximately. But what's the whole purpose? AMC still needs to turn a profit. They still need money in their war chest. So they need to be able to dilute. So when you say, oh, hey, I'm going to block this, you're going to vote no to not let them combine APE and AMC. You're hindering the amount of money AMC is able to raise because APE is a dilution vehicle for them to raise money, to help pay down debt, to have more money in the war chest so that they can rough out these quarters.
Yep.
This guy doesn't seem to understand it. And he keeps on pumping this garbage out, then saying they're stealing your shares.
To where Aron can.
Okay, so we'll leave that one there. And everybody should go finish watching this and give the video a like and subscribe to Shadow Stars. Because he's got more patience than I do with this clown here. I did my part on this clown, and yeah, it's almost like creative investor and or the other really dumb one. Well, there's scavenger. I mean, various ones at various times have just throw up my hands. Right now, I can't do anything with that. So Shadow Stars, you have more patience than I do, my friend. Yep. So we just checked out a little bit of it, and there's the link there. So if everybody wants to go support Shadow Stars, that would be awesome. So, yeah. Santa Rally, yeah. We'll see about that, right? No problem at all, Shadow Stars. And we appreciate you, somebody, appreciate the diligence and, work ethic. Romanian, good afternoon. Good evening. Afternoon. Evening here. Afternoon there, I guess, or no, it's afternoon in California. Anyway, I don't know. Good day. Good day to you. All right. Let's get back over here. Now for the one that we've all been waiting for. The one we've all been waiting for. Markets with May, Part 2. Voting on the reverse split and the short squeeze explained. And also just as a reminder, finance chat, link in the description. The voice channel is open.
Hey guys,
so if anybody wants to come on here and shoot the breeze with me on this live stream, go ahead, join in. Otherwise, you gotta listen to me only. Anyway, here we go.
Markets with May, and in this episode, we'll be going through part 2 of why the AMC shorts probably should consider covering. It's been a really busy holiday season for AMC shareholders with 2 press releases.
Like, I just love the premise too. Like, shorts should probably think about covering. They should probably think about doing that. Says, somebody on YouTube. Oops. Yeah, says somebody on YouTube. Maybe they will. Maybe they already have. I don't know.
Out that have 4 kind of big chunks of corporate action for the marketplace to digest. Now, 2 days ago, I recorded my initial reaction, and in that video, I kind of wasn't sure the positive benefit to the AMC shareholder immediate. But now, after reviewing all of the detail, I actually think the AMC shareholder doesn't have much longer to wait, but it really depends on how the vote goes. Now, this is the second part of a 2-part video series that goes through the 2 press releases in greater detail.
Yeah, we watched part 1 last night.
You really have to understand what the capital raise did for AMC shareholders and APE shareholders in order to appreciate why this vote that's coming up could really hurt the short sellers by a lot. Now, there's really 2 things the board has to vote on. They have to vote on the APE AMC share classes remerging together, and they also have to vote on a 10-for-1 split. And I'm putting this video out because I think there's a lot of misinformation out there when it's clear to me now that I've had time to fully understand these 4 parts, that this unambiguously benefits both APE and AMC shareholders. Now in this video, I'll go through each of the 2 pieces of the vote individually, and I'll also talk about some of the things I'm hearing that are just not accurate. But before we get into that, I gotta give the disclosures. Past performance is not indicative of future returns. This is not investment advice. This is for educational purposes only. This is my opinion, okay? And the second thing that I would do is a shout out to Gurula.net. Money goes where it's treated best. I work with them because they are dedicated to educating investors to making their own investment decisions. Now, I also want to indicate that I do own the APE shares.
Short
I do
squeeze.
not own the AMC shares. Now let's go through the first part, which is the
Okay, on the debt repayment. Yeah, I mean, we went through this that part last night. But my question is, how much debt was repaid? This is a one-time deal. They they reduced it by 100 million and saved 10 million in interest or something like that. That's a one-time thing. So is the plan to, after this split or this conversion and reverse split, then do it all over again? Issue APE, let it do its thing, combine it, reverse split, and over? Like, I get the argument about the debt repayment, but $100 million is not that much of 5 billion. So what I'm looking for in this video is an explanation of really, the basis for that claim. And I'm also looking for, in terms of the short squeeze side of it, what's the justification of that? Why would a short cover knowing that Aron wants to dump 100 million more shares? I guess that's also a good question.
Remerge of APE with AMC. Now the APE shares were given as a dividend to all AMC shareholders. It was non-dilutive, and that happened circa August. I have a full video that goes through that in a bit more detail. The street had been shorting the APE shares because the purpose of the APE shares had been to create dilution and raise capital. And so a lot of the street went a little bit wild shorting this stock so aggressively. Now, I recommended this around December 6th at 80 cents a share because when I looked at the math, the amount of spread
what did the short interest top out at? I don't remember.
7 times higher for AMC versus APE. More.
They never. I mean, this claim is always made, heavily shorted, yada yada yada. They went overboard. They overshorted it, yada yada yada. Right? But nothing. Not one thing that I have seen credibly has been shorted as much as GameStop was last January 2021 when it was over 100%. So talking, 20, 30% maybe at the top end. I don't know. Okay, just putting it in perspective,
because
I guess.
When I looked at the math, the amount of spread that these two were trading
I'm gonna go back a little bit.
Almost 7 times. I read a little bit wild shorting this stock so aggressively. Now, I recommended this around December 6th at 80 cents a share because when I looked at the math, the amount of spread that these two were trading at, almost 7 times higher for AMC versus APE, more than baked in the dilution. In other words, if you readjusted the market cap of the APE shares to what it implied was what you were getting AMC for, you were more than paid for the capital raise, which needed to happen anyways because you needed to improve this balance sheet. Now, in the other video, I go through both the debt and equity capital raise and how it resulted in a bunch of free money for both APE and AMC shareholders. And so definitely have a look at that. But it's also really important to focus in on, in this video, how many shares were short and what precisely should be the spread between APE and AMC. Now, as we can see from the FAQ sheet on APE shares on the AMC Investor Relation website, that you can convert the shares and that would require the board to put it to an investor vote. Now, we can also see from question 11 of that same press release that the AMC preferred equity units, the APE shares, do have the same economic value and voting rights, meaning that the reverse conversion of these should actually come out more or less 1-for-1. It's slightly unclear about any dilution and how that would be accounted for, though. But before.
So the argument is it should. I mean, we've talked about this before. We've talked about it for a lot. The notion that AMC and APE should be trading at the same value, and maybe on paper, theoretically, you could say that. However, once it is traded continuously, once it is released into the market, you cannot say what it should be. Kind of have a problem with that because the market will price it. If the the market did not price these equally. Now, we can speculate as to why and all this kind of stuff. At the end of the day, it's the combined equity. That's the total AMC equity. Should they be trading? I don't necessarily think that they should have been. I wasn't in that camp. Because the reality is they say that they have the same, they say that they are the same, but only in the event that they were converted, which hasn't happened. It still hasn't happened. And as Manny pointed out, what they got to the point where they can do this, saving less than 10% of debt by giving away 30% of the company. I mean, it's a pretty concise way to put it. So does that seem like it's equal? I don't know. I don't know. Lynn, good morning, evening, afternoon, good day. Happy Boxing Day. Ape will be gone forever once converted. Then how are they gonna? Then even more. Then again, I ask, how does this fundamentally change anything in the long run? Especially when you got the cash burn. I don't know. Let's just keep going here.
Before you get too excited and think that it's obvious that you should go long the APE shares and short the AMC shares, I want to actually talk to you a little bit about this other mechanical dynamic called short selling.
Oh, here we go.
Shorting. Now I'm using Fintel's data, which may be slightly delayed, but their information comes off the NYSE. And if you'll...
Okay, so my connection decides to fuck out right now, of course. This is ridiculous. See, this is what happens. This is what happens when you work to change things. They try to fight me. They've been calling me crazy. Okay. I'm just sitting here waiting for this goddamn for my thing to go green here. Okay. Well, guess I'm just going to go for it.
You'll see this. There's 44 million shares.
All right, I'm going to go back just a little bit.
Now I'm using Fintel's data, which may be slightly delayed, but their information comes off the NYSE. And if you'll...
Okay, so basically, yes, it's delayed. We know it's delayed. It's delayed by, it's only released twice a month. So, and everybody's getting their, this type of disclosure like Fintel or FinViz or any of the brokerage firms, any of that, it's all exchange reported. So yeah, it's delayed. Correct.
See this.
And it all comes from the exchange. So,
delayed, but
except for the FINRA off exchange, which we're going to get to here. I'm just going to shut up.
Their information comes off the NYSE. And if you'll see this, there's 44 million shares short. And then as a percentage of float for the APE shares, that's about 8.6%. And then there's a bunch of off-exchange short volume, such that the off-exchange short volume ratio is about 50%. Now, that indicates that it's...
Okay, this is where things start to get really wonky. I'm going to go back and try to understand this and break it down.
Off-exchange shares, that's about 8.6%.
Okay, so short interest, 44 million shares. Short interest percentage of float, 8.6%. Are we on, is this AMC or APE?
Fintel's data, which may be slightly delayed, but their information comes off the NYSE. And if you'll see this, there's 44 million shares short. And then as a percentage of float for the APE shares, that's about...
APE shares. So this is APE shares because it says here, it says the mechanics of shorting AMC, but clearly, yeah, 8%, that's APE.
Short. And then as a percentage of float for the APE shares, that's about 8.6%. And then there's a bunch of off-exchange short volume.
Okay, off-exchange short volume, 37.3 million. And that source is actually from FINRA because they regulate the off-exchange and dark pool stuff, and it's reported through them.
Such that the off-exchange short volume ratio is about 50%.
The off-exchange short volume ratio is about 50%. Right here. Okay.
Such that the off-exchange short volume ratio is about 50%.
Now, I don't know why it says here understated equals naked shorts. This is where things start to get very concerning. Because one of the most, one of the biggest pieces of misinformation that we've been trying to fight and correct is short volume. Short volume. And that's exactly what she's talking about here, is this off-exchange short volume. Let's continue.
Such that the off-exchange short volume ratio is about 50%. Now, that indicates that it's possible that this short interest is understated. Now, it's going to get a little bit technical here.
Short volume has nothing to do with short interest. They are two separate things, 100%. So no, a short volume ratio of 50% does not indicate that the short interest could be understated. That's nonsensical. That makes no sense. There's no basis for that whatsoever.
Short interest is
I don't think she really knows what short volume actually is.
Understated.
Hey, let me chime in real quick here.
Yep, go for it, Shadow Stars.
That information that she pulled up, we know that short interest volume, yeah, it's only reported twice a month.
Yes, short interest, not volume.
Short interest, but the short volume that she's grabbing from FINRA and whatever that website is pulling, was it Fintel she's grabbing it from? Are they using the same dates? Because if you're pulling newer information of short volume from FINRA, and then you're pulling information from different dates for short interest, how does that logically make sense? You're using two different data sets that are, not to mention that short volume and short interest,
volume,
as you mentioned, are different concepts.
It really has no business being presented in the same context, in my opinion, because of that. I mean, yes, it is true that short sales that result in a short position, like if a retail investor shorts a stock, or if a hedge fund shorts a stock, or if they're short selling it with the intention of holding that short until the stock goes down and then profiting by buying it back lower, right? Like that's positional short selling. That's like what we're talking about here, short interest. That those shares that are sold short throughout the course of a trading day will be marked as short volume. It will be. However, you'd have to, if you're saying that, if you're saying, I don't know why it's making me do this. Like what was that? The value, it was 37 million shares off exchange short volume. That sounds like a daily figure. That sounds like it was probably, from like one of the last trading days. And if it's 50%, so it was about, a day when, the trading volume was around 100 million shares, maybe, or something like that. They're telling you that the short interest, like as of the last report, was 44 million. And then, but then somehow you have to factor in 37 million off exchange short volume in one day. Like that makes no sense if the short interest itself is only 44 million. And that's where the other part of short volume comes in, which, I know you understand with the market maker internalization, the way that Citadel sells shares to retail investors as a naked short, quote unquote, which is covered, within a very short amount of time. There's no short position that's established. That makes up the bulk of what this short volume is. We might see, you see like, I don't know, 1 million shares borrowed, 2 million shares borrowed on Ortex. Maybe you'd see that much of the short volume be actual short selling positions established. It would turn into short interest, but most of the short volume it's not related at all to short interest. In fact, it's long positions. So this is the thing that's frustrating, because what she's said about the bonds, what apparently, some of the other like fundamental stuff is, more or less correct, but this is just so far off that it really is baffling. Yeah, I'm trying to look at this here.
She's a smart person. I mean, so she worked at, Berkshire Hathaway. I mean, she worked for a lot of these these hedge funds and so forth. So she has a background, and I think she pushes herself as the chief marketing strategist for whatever the platform that she's.
Oh yeah, I forget what it's called. Yeah, whatever cutesy name it is.
G or something.
Yeah, I don't know, gorilla or something like that. Gorilla.
Yeah,
or something. I mean, like that, tell me that's not meant to appeal to apes. I don't know.
So I mean, that she's not dumb. So she's a well-educated person.
Yes,
So
clearly.
she's throwing all these different concepts at you. She's throwing all these words, and then she throws in a lot of these facts in the beginning. So you build up a sense of like trust in her, that she's credible. And then she'll slip in these tidbits of this information where it's not it's not 100% wrong, but she's not 100% right either.
Yeah, I mean,
So
I'm trying to find this.
She skews it.
I'm trying to find this 37.3 million off exchange short volume. Oh, right here, 36.1. I mean, that's close enough. 37, 36. Okay, so we're looking at short, or I'm on chartexchange.com. We're looking at APE short volume from the 23rd, last Friday. Total short volume reported 59 million. Off exchange short volume 36 million. And if we look at percentages, that was, well, percentage of total, that 36 million or whatever was 31% of the total volume reported, or it was 48% of the off exchange volume itself. So yeah, about 50% of it. So total short volume is 59 million. Total long volume was 55 million. Total volume was 115 million. And here if we look at the chart for APE, I mean, how could you conclude that you had 33 million shares shorted on a day when the price spiked up, roughly 40%, 45% from, the previous day's closing? How does that even make sense? That to use these numbers, it doesn't. There's no way. So, yeah, this is flawed, very flawed. And I agree with what you said, Shadow Stars, too. Like, it's different than the other AMC pumpers because they have no clue what they're talking about at all. They're uneducated, and they really have zero clue, and they're just repeating shit that they've heard. I feel like with this one, though, I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't think that, I mean, I don't get the agenda. Like, so much of this stuff is just like and she mentions it, but then doesn't connect it to it. Like, we'll see.
The way I see her, if you let me,
Yeah.
pardon me for interrupting. She's
No, go for it.
basically pumping it. So she's basically,
Yeah.
I commented this, I think in a couple other groups, but she's basically like those Atlas folks, those Atlas trading folks, where they're basically pumping and dumping.
Yeah.
She gives this analysis. She tries to build this credibility. She said, "Oh yeah, around December 6th. Oh, I told everyone, oh yeah, this stock at this price it's a good idea to buy it because of the calculations." But then come 2.5 weeks later, basically, she says, "Oh yeah, look, oh this is why." Like she then tries to really justify more along and explain. So what's happening is, hey, I think that shorts in turn did cover a lot of their positions for APE. And basically now what she's going to be doing, because she says she bought in the 80-cent range.
Yeah, like
she's
early
going to
December.
be selling it at she's going to be selling her position as it continues to pump up.
Sure.
And as a lot of these stupid retail folks, they'll misunderstand her video. What you needed to do was you needed to buy it when it was in that $60 to $80 80-cent range, when she initially supposedly gave out her signal of, hey, you should be buying at this point.
Yeah. No, and
she's pumping it. So she established her position. Then she tells people about it, and more people get hyped. You get the dumb retail apes that are like, oh my god, this person, she sounds smart. Oh yeah, and she's voting yes, yeah, and she bought in. So you know what? Let me buy in too. So they're literally buying it at the peak, while she's going to be selling off her position probably pretty soon. already has it already.
Right. Yeah. So I think, let's see here. It looks like the first
But she's
video was for a couple weeks ago. Like 2 weeks ago, she put out a video why AMC preferred equity is my $5 stocking stuffer. I think that's the one that you said where she went over the fundamentals, balance sheet or whatever.
yeah, she covered more of the fundamentals there.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. I mean, that's a good
At
point.
this
Like,
point, all she's doing is creating tons of bag holders. So if you had no position and you just saw her videos in the last 2-3 days and you bought in, you're literally buying it at the peak.
right.
Yeah. It might pump up a little bit more, but if you don't lock in your profits, like the value is gonna come crashing back
It's going to
down.
be another AMC run up, like, June 2021 type style thing. Basically, I mean, obviously not that extreme, but yeah, I mean, but like it's just odd because this, what does it say here? Coverage of meme
People like her
stocks.
kind of make me even more pissed off than like the
Right.
retards. Like
I
the
know.
retard folks, like they're just dumb.
Kind of
Like, they don't know
insidious.
better. They don't have any educational background really
Correct. Right.
to do it. But what that late markets with May, what she has an educational background, and basically she's manipulating folks and she's profiting off of them. She's like, oh yes, here, look at these dumb folks.
Here's
You know
a
what?
perfect example
She does
of what you're saying.
Yeah, go ahead.
This comment, folks, she has worked at the big finance firms and has credibility. Click on Market with May next to her picture and then click on the About link, read her profile. She's not like a toxic and misguided YouTuber pretending to know it all. Okay? Like, so this person is saying, we trust you. You have credentials. So even though I don't know, and I'm not going to verify what you're saying is true, I'm relying on your credentials to blindly trust you. And I think that's kind of what you're getting at. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's more. I feel like I agree. It's more insidious because that level of trust is like inherently there because of knowing her supposed background, and she sounds intelligent and all this stuff. So it creates it's a facade, really. Like if we listen to Frankie Mohammed or stocks and crypto plays, you know we listen to them and we know that they don't know what they're talking about, right? It's clear. They don't use any of the right terminology. They don't make any sense when they talk. They're just wrong all the time. But this, you get a sense that she knows what she's talking about. She, you find out that she's was a professional or whatever, and then,
Yeah,
and,
let me
and
read her profile.
yeah, go for it.
In her YouTube about page, she says she is a former Wall Street executive. So not just a person working Wall Street, she was an executive on Wall Street.
Right.
Whose resume includes Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, a top New York City fundamental hedge fund, and advisory work to over $1 trillion in assets.
Interesting.
The crazy thing, if I talk a little bit of a personal anecdote, I know a family friend. He worked for Goldman Sachs, trader. He retired before the age of 40 because he was making stupid bonuses. Like his initial bonus in his second year, he made over $500,000 just in a bonus.
Wow.
So he is absolutely loaded, like very successful, very smart. He went to Northwestern and then he went to Oxford to continue his studies. So, I mean, brilliant guy, worked for Goldman Sachs, made tons of money. This person, she also Wall Street executive, so don't forget the word executive, worked for all these big firms. So she should be absolutely freaking loaded.
Right.
But she's on here on this YouTube account with she was below 2,000 subscribers pushing out these videos.
Mm-hmm.
Does something seem a little odd to you? Like, do you not get
Yeah.
suspicious?
Yeah, for sure.
You're a person that easily makes mid 6 figures, if not 7 figures annually
Right.
when you work
With
on Wall Street.
right, with those, yeah, those things on the resume. I mean, that's right.
Yeah, and you could easily retire. Like my friend, he retired before he hit his 40s, basically. But yeah, here you are making some videos on YouTube. You have before this whole ape explosion, she had, I think, under 2,000 subscribers. Why?
Yeah.
For a chief marketing, what's this? She's a chief market strategist.
Yeah. That's
You're
Gorilla.
only able to pull in sub 2,000 subscribers. You've been doing this for almost a full year now.
Yeah. This says head option strategist for Gorilla. Mei Ling hits it out of the park on Tesla God. I mean, I'm guessing that was last year, 2021. I mean, who the hell didn't hit it out of the park on those things? Lynn's saying in the marketing department, in human resources, she never says I was an analyst. Former Wall Street executive. Yeah, I mean, I guess it doesn't say she was an analyst. Gorilla Investments. Investment app using a proprietary system for long-term value-based investing, also award-winning fundamental and technical analysis live daily by Zoom. Award-winning? I don't know what awards. Co-founder, chief executive. This is, well, I thought this was her, but I'm not sure how Gorilla Investments could be the co-founder. It's kind of weird. 7 years? Investment app that sends out live recommendations by Zoom. Been around since 2015. I don't know about that. Founder, chief executive member, host Cars LA, hedge fund manager, the 90 Fund Limited, full time, 1990 to 2011. Vice president investments, Morgan Stanley, 1983 to 88. I was born in 1982. She was working at Morgan Stanley 40 years ago? Something's not right here. Something is not right
No,
here.
that can't be for her.
I mean,
Nonetheless, I mean, I just think there's some questionable things. Like her motives, I don't see as being really pure.
oh yeah, for sure. I agree.
I see her as another nefarious, basically. These are the type of people these apes should be calling out as like nefarious. These are the hedgies and the evil
Right.
folks.
Texas Tech University. I mean, this has got to be somebody else, but I mean, like, I don't understand. It came up with her name, so it's got to be her name has to be on here somewhere. Rula Investments, 9 months. No, I mean, I agree. And the thing is, like, that's what we're trying to do here, basically, because obviously the people that are watching these videos and making these comments, like, oh, she's worked at finance firms, we have to trust her. No, you don't. Like, that's not. That is that. That is a like that type of logic is more common than it probably should be. Just because somebody has a credential doesn't mean shit, really. I mean, it might predispose, maybe, okay, yeah, I expect this person to know what they're talking about because now I know their background. But at the end of the day, it has to be based on the merits of what's being said in that particular situation. And that's what we're trying to look at here, So I'm not saying I doubt the background, but to me that doesn't mean anything because that somebody who is from Wall Street is not incapable of being, having an agenda, being, you know, presenting themselves as being on, advocating for one group while personally, it just it's not you can't assume. You can't make those assumptions. You get into a lot of trouble that way, So,
She kind of gives me the vibes of basically a smarter version of almost what's this AMC Bigum's like, oh, you
yeah,
read all these rulings and stuff. For
right.
example, when she talks about the delisting stuff, she quotes the SEC rule, and I'm
True.
like, that only that only holds true for common shares.
It
Like I don't
says
see
right
anything
on
in regards.
it says right on the clip that she shows on the screen, it says common shares. I noticed that when I watched this earlier. Yes. Yes. She says that, but she's showing something that clearly states Series A and common stock. That's the regulation for that. So, yeah,
So that's why it's just I see the more I dig into her, the more red flags I see.
yeah. Yep. Yep. Okay. Um, let's keep going on this here, but stick around if you want, because it's going to get better, I think. Okay, where were we? Understated, naked shorting. I mean, oh God, all right, like that right there. I mean, no, understated. You have no reason to think it's understated. Short volume should not lead you to believe that the short interest is wrong. It makes no sense. All right.
It's that it's possible that this short interest is understated. Now, it's going to get a little bit technical here, but I'm going to do my best to explain this cleanly. The bulls have been saying that a lot of people are naked shorting the APE shares, and that's supposed to be a big no-no. This off-exchange short volume ratio gives a lot of credence to what they're saying, except that
No, it doesn't. Okay, let me be unequivocal here. No, it doesn't. What's her justification,
short
though?
volume ratio gives a lot of credence to what they're saying, except that the stock lending folks and other people will say no, because the hypothecation agreement allows you to actually have fairly high volumes of shorts so long as enough of them are being closed out appropriately at the correct time. If the bulls are right, it means that the recorded short interest of 44 million shares is massively understated.
Why would the bulls be right, by the way? Like that notion right there is just ridiculous to me. The bulls, if the bulls are right, who are the bulls? The bulls are a bunch of dumbass fucking kids who have no clue, no experience whatsoever. They're the ones saying it's naked shorting. The fucking retards on Reddit. Like that is not valid. That's not a valid viewpoint. It's not from a valid it's not coming from a valid source, is what I'm trying to say. So if the bulls are right, okay, yeah, if, there are people who think Tesla is going to triple next year. You know, if those bulls are right, yeah, like okay, people can be completely irrationally bullish on anything, and they are, but that doesn't mean like that. That doesn't mean that it has any credibility whatsoever. So anyway.
Hey, you gotta trust Kathy Wood. She said Bitcoin's gonna go to $100,000 per
No, it's
Bitcoin.
I don't know, Model 3 dude, you tell me. Maybe it was that their sales are gonna triple next year or something. I don't know. That's just the first thing that came to my mind. But okay, um, let's see. What else we got here? Model 3 dude says, Dottie, I'm a loner, I'm a rebel. Pee Wee Herman quotes. Always, always, always accepted here. Okay, let's see. She's talking down to her audience, Lynn says. Um, Manny says, I don't respect her because she's lying about naked shorts. I will give her the benefit of the doubt on her background. I mean, I agree. I'll give her the benefit of the doubt, but that doesn't mean that she knows what you know, she understands that either. I mean, and honestly, like the whole short exchange thing, the whole naked shorting market maker. I mean, that's what it is. It's market maker naked shorting. The short volume, that's what it would be, which has nothing to do with short sellers. It has everything to do with retail or just long positions or buying. But um, well, I feel like most people in general, even experienced people in the market, I didn't know about what short volume was until last year when I started looking into all this crap. I had no clue. I just assumed short volume was you would think it would be. It's the number of shares that are sold short every day. No, like it's not. It's tricky. It's because of this fragmented market. It's because this market it's a bunch of markets that have been added onto. It was not all conceived at once. It was there were it was at it was just it's a mess, but, you know, it works, I guess, but that doesn't mean that things are, you can just make an assumption of what it is. So, I think most people don't understand that. Clearly, none of the apes do, and like I said, I mean, I never had a reason to even think about it or even worry about it until last year when I started, doing this. Um, and if it weren't for this, I probably would never have, looked into it because it wouldn't have made any difference to anything. You know what I mean? It's being hyped here, so it has to be looked at. But I also will give her the benefit of the doubt on the background thing. Okay.
That the recorded short interest of 44 million shares is massively understated. And we about to find out. Now, it doesn't quite matter either way because regardless, if the shareholders approve the remerger of APE with AMC, it's going to be painful for the short sellers just on the 44 million. But if that is understated, it's even more painful. Now, APE shares are going to turn into AMC shares. And the fact is that there's still a pretty good spread between them. So there is nothing to make the APE shareholders sell their shares and allow the shorts to cover. So just to be crystal clear, if the conversion happened,
there's nothing to make the APE holders cover or make the APE holders sell to allow the shorts to cover. I mean, there there seem to be there seems to be no problem any other day with buying and selling and short selling and covering. I mean, okay. I
I
don't.
mean, and think about all the dilution that occurred. Look at how many shares that they sold to Antera Capital
Right.
previously
Yeah.
to that. I mean, they sold them 257.6 million shares of APE.
Right. Yeah.
You
Now,
were at nearly like
don't they have to hold those they said they'll hold them for 90 days or something, or at least until until the reverse split and stuff is approved. I think that's what it
until the
says, right?
meeting. Yeah, they'll vote for the
Right.
proposal. Yeah, at the special shareholders meeting. But I
Mm-hmm.
mean, you went from somewhere in the 600 million ape. You've diluted it with an additional 257 million shares. That's gonna push down the price.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And
And then when you have
but
dilution, yeah. Yep.
so I mean, on the basic level, on the high level, where hey, you have this type of conversion coming up, where hey, you need to close out your shorts. That in theory makes sense. Hey, because all these people they were shorting it, they would have to close them. You might get a price bump. You might get a move up. That makes
Mm-hmm.
sense. And I think
Mm-hmm.
that as we can see in the chart where ape has been up 40, 50, 70, 80%, that is a lot of positions shorts that are closing.
Yeah. Yeah.
You mean to tell me that retail out of nowhere, they just all started to pour hundreds of millions of dollars into
Yeah.
the company?
No. Right. No,
Did,
and it
did,
makes no
did Biden
sense.
suddenly sign extra stimmy checks for everyone?
Right. California must have given out their stimulus checks or something. Um, well, let's go to 15 minutes or so here, 15-minute chart on this ape. You know, actually, let me do this other volume profile here. So one of the things that I like to look at is on here, like maybe it would be better with the other one. Just want to see like the distribution of buying and selling. We kind of looked at this before where there was all this buying. I'm trying to remember what we were looking at exactly. I mean, it's like very clearly like bimodal here, like in these 2 days, like there's this, this node here at like $1.20, and then there's this other node up here at $1.75, like these high volume nodes, like a lot of buying at $1.20, a lot of buying at $1.75. I mean, a lot of selling too there, though, in this time frame. Sometimes I feel like you can get a sense of the, nature of the price action by looking at, things like volume profile and seeing where it's distributed, and did it, is it clear that this, and I mean, I think this is clearly, it's short covering, because it would seem to be just like market orders just piling in, pushing the price up, burning through the order book, without much, and we know that retail investors and the apes, they typically, they've been conditioned they've been conditioned that market orders are bad. They use limit orders, they're passive orders. This is very much active, aggressive orders, so I think, yeah, I mean, and then we'll see tomorrow. I mean, tomorrow we'll be able to see the short interest, the ortex, securities lending data. So from that, we should see a lot of return shares on APE tomorrow, I would think. Tomorrow or Wednesday, or tomorrow and Wednesday. We'll see the T+2 settlement of those return shares from the end of last week. So, but I mean, it makes sense. I mean, and you, okay, go back here. All right, so.
Right now, shorts to cover. So to make the APE shareholders sell their shares and allow the shorts to cover. So just to be crystal clear, if the conversion happened right now, today, with APE trading around $1.70 and AMC well over $4, and you will be short AMC shares and your loss will begin around 100%. Now that would imply that if the APE shareholders refuse to sell, then everybody shorting APE is going to be driven into the AMC market to cover. But remember, the AMC shares put you at a loss of over 100%. Now let's talk about the AMC side. Now there's one other dynamic you kind of need to understand about AMC stock. Right now, it's also the case that AMC has quite a lot of short interest. Now again, we go back to the Fintel data, but this time we look at the shorts on AMC stock. And this comes again off the NYSE, but a lot of times this data can be slightly delayed. We see that
a lot of times,
100 million shares.
I mean, no, it is delayed every time. Like, unless you happen to, no, at all points in time, that data is delayed. There's no point in time when that data comes out that it accurately reflects the current, at that time, short interest. It is always delayed. And correct me if I'm wrong. It comes out later and it refers to previous time. So it's always going to be delayed.
That are short on AMC. This comes again off the NYSE, but a lot of times this data can be slightly delayed. We see that there's 100 million shares that are short on AMC with almost a 20% short interest ratio and off exchange short volume of almost 60%. So now if we put the two together, you'll have two piles of huge short selling coming together. But one set of those short sellers is going to be down around 100% if the transaction were to happen today or in the near future. But not to get too conspiracy theory on this, it means that whoever is short the APE shares or the AMC shares, it's to their benefit to try to get you to sell your AMC shares right now or to further short the AMC shares. Now let's talk about getting a locate versus naked shorting. Now, assuming that these people are not naked shorting, but there is in fact a locate on each and every one, once the shares merge, the broker-dealer is still going to have to get a locate on all of these new short shares that came in, I'm going to call it legally, right? So the naked shorts, really your borrow cost should go up by a lot.
Okay. What? The naked shorts borrow cost should go up a lot. I mean, okay. The whole thing about naked shorts is they are not borrowing the shares, supposedly. So why would they have a borrow cost? What does that mean? How does that make any sense? I don't know. Anybody explain? Like it just like that also is a bizarre statement to me. I can't make any sense of that, except for it to be, except that it's some kind of hype or something, grifting. Okay, all right. We go back a little bit. We'll hear that again.
Once the shares merge, the broker-dealer is still going to have to get a locate on all of these new short shares that came in, I'm going to call it legally, right? So the naked shorts, really your borrow cost should go up by a lot. Now let me clarify that a little bit. The APE shares will essentially be gone, but it's unclear that when they merge, that the shareholder of record, which will be all these private equity firms, actually signed a hypothecation agreement and didn't just register the shares directly with AMC.
Hypothecation.
Okay, I'm not. Why would they register the shares directly with AMC? I mean, she's talking about DRS, like computer share. Why would they do that? I mean, that's the first I'm hearing of this, like as even like a possibility or likelihood. I don't know if you have any thoughts on this part, Shadow Stars, but and then we're getting into the hypothecation thing. I don't know how this is related at all to what we just came from.
Yeah, I mean, she just throws out, hypothecation, and the premise is that you have to just accept her argument.
I mean, they like AMC Bigums and people like that have talked about rehypothecation a lot, which I think is, they don't know, they're in error as well in the way they talk about it and use it. So yeah, I'm not. This is just hypothecation. Anyway, well, let's let it play a little bit.
The shareholder of record, which will be all these private equity firms, actually signed a hypothecation agreement and didn't just register the shares directly with AMC.
Hypothecation is central to being able to legally sell stock short. With the case of APE shares converting over, if the private equity firms that just received the shares refuse to post their shares with a broker-dealer, but instead register them directly with AMC, then upon the closure, it will be very, very difficult for the short sellers of APE to be matched with AMC stock. In other words, they'll have more short interest coming in from the APE shares, but they won't necessarily have an equivalent number of stocks that can be lent out.
In other words, APE shareholders, take profits if you must.
Well, I mean,
try to keep a couple of APE shares.
I don't know. I like who said what? Like, what is the assumption that that like, oh, there's not going to be shares available like right then, so it's going to cause all these problems. Like the split, the reverse split and merger thing is going to be voted on. It's going to take effect all together. And at that point, they can, the fucking Antera or whatever, can sell their shares. They can literally sell them. So, like, how is there not going to be any shares available? You're literally issuing all these shares to this, whoever's buying them, and when the votes are approved, that releases their obligation to hold them so they can sell them. Like, why does it need to be from retail investors? I don't get that. Never got that. Why, like, how does that make any sense, especially when you're adding all those shares to what already exists? I mean, the retail investors are a portion of that, a smaller portion of that with every one that they continue to issue. Just doesn't make any
And the
sense to
thing is
me.
that that there's going to be more dilution of this company. So when this whole thing goes through, when they do the reverse split, when they do the combination of APE and AMC,
Right.
and when I mean, I think it's a foregone conclusion. We already know that this vote is going to go through.
Yeah.
And Terra alone, they own 18% of the company. They're going to own 18%. They're going to vote for it. You got the big institutions, BlackRock, Vanguard. They're going to vote for it
Mm-hmm.
in all likelihood. So
Why
apes
wouldn't
don't
they?
have the majority. They don't have the majority to vote no and for this to not go through. So AMC dilution it's going to happen.
Right. That's the whole point of this.
So
All of this, right?
yeah,
It's
so
really the whole
shorts
point.
are not going to be able to buy the shares. Like, I don't understand. Like, there's dilution that's going to happen because look at the goddamn cash flow.
Right.
They're not profitable.
They
So
have
the
right.
only way to raise money is for them to dilute. And if you dilute, that means there's more shares on the market. So if they're
Mm-hmm.
shorting it, hey, more shares available in the market, prices are pushed down, they'll be able to cover it. Like,
Right. Yeah. No, I mean, I couldn't have said it better myself, honestly. That's it. Here we go. Let me get this. Oh crap. To put on here. There we go. So we know who's talking in there. I just put like, that you're in the voice channel. Okay. Yeah, no, I agree. Let me go back, roll it back a little bit and go forward.
Really have an equivalent number of stocks that AMC stock with AMC.
Oops,
If
I
the
think
private
I moved ahead.
Unclear that when they merge, that the shareholder of record, which will be all these private equity firms, actually signed a hypothecation agreement and didn't just register the shares directly with AMC.
Hypothecation is central to being able to legally sell stock short. With the case of APE shares converting over, if the private equity firms that just received the shares refuse to post their shares with a broker-dealer, but instead register them directly with AMC, then upon the closure, it will be very, very difficult for the short sellers of APE to be matched with AMC stock.
It's only 8%
In other words, they'll
anyway.
have more short interest coming in from the APE shares, but they won't necessarily have an equivalent number of stocks that can be lent out.
That makes no sense. We're talking, I mean, that it is short interest by, what she showed was 8%. They're not going to be able to cover that. They're not going to be able to cover 40, what was it, 40, 30, something, I don't know. Some, 20, 30, 40 million shares. That makes no sense. Like, that's not heavily shorted. I mean, again, this depends on there being all of these undisclosed illegal naked shorts. I mean, everything she just said requires there to be naked shorts, which has never been substantiated, and she has not substantiated it clearly. This is ridiculous. I mean, this is absurd.
In other words, APE shareholders, take profits if you must, but try to keep a couple of APE shares to squeeze out the shorts. Now, if you're a prime broker and can confirm this, stick it in the comments. I want to know, because this is a big if, all right?
Yeah, the prime broker is going to say there's no way for anybody to naked short anything, because there isn't. because the broker is the one that does the goddamn locate. And if they can't locate it, that trade is not going to go through, or it's going to turn into an FTD. Like, there are it's, it's like they think that there is a button on the hedgie's fucking trading screen that says naked short, sell without locate. There isn't. There is no way to do that. And that we've heard that directly from, and I hesitate to mention his name, but for what it's worth, Mark Cohodes, who is a short seller, he's a short hedge fund dude. He has stated unequivocally that there is no he has never seen, nor is he aware of, hedge funds in this day and age naked shorting. He says there is no mechanism, there's no way to do it. He said, just like on our interactive brokers or whatever, it's basically the same with the prime brokers. They can submit a sell short order, but they're going to attempt to locate it. So they've never even shown that this is a possibility with the way that this market is structured. So that's also a problem. But this whole narrative, everything she's saying depends on this, wildly speculative improbability, as far as I'm concerned. Okay.
These shares are registered directly with AMC, then yeah, they're coming off the market. And that has an implication to this thing called the borrow rate. Fun fact about shorting stocks, you oftentimes have to
all over
pay
the
what's
place.
called a borrow rate. And that borrow rate increases for hard to borrow stocks, of which AMC is definitely a hard to borrow stock. Now, the borrow rate can increase in value if it becomes increasingly hard for the broker dealer to find shares that are being lent to the marketplace for shorting. As a result, the borrow rate becomes another mechanical factor that should help squeeze out the shorts. Now let's go to the second part, which is how does the reverse split affect
I mean, you're talking about, double-digit AP annual percentage rates on a stock that's less than $2. So it's going to squeeze them out. It hasn't so far, and it's been a hell of a lot higher cost to borrow than it is now on a stock that was way more expensive. So that is a ridiculous point. Ridiculous.
The problem for the shorts on AMC? And my answer is going to be a little bit controversial. There are two parts to this. Now, the first reason why you should vote yes has to do with the NYSE $1 stock rule that got us into this mess in the first place.
This rule requires that you trade over $1 for 30 days on the cure period, or else you will be delisted, and that can reduce the liquidity on the stock.
Okay, well, that's not what this says. It says price criteria for capital or common stock. Capital or common stock. Company will be considered to be below compliance standards if the average closing price of a security as reported on the consolidated tape is less than $1 over a consecutive 30 trading day period. It will be below compliance standards. Now, we've seen this with some of these things. I'm trying to think of the last one. Was it GTII? It was one of those bullshit ones. Redbox, maybe, or I don't know, I forget. It's one of these stupid bullshit pump and dump things. And notice it was on NASDAQ, so yeah, it's a different exchange, but as far as I know, it's similar because they're all national market system stocks. They're all exchange listed. There was a notice that came out that said, okay, the stock, whatever it was, GTII, or I think it was that one, is at risk of being delisted at this future date, which was like a few months down the road. And it was like way advanced notice, and it was common stock anyway. So COSM, was it COSM? Manny says, okay.
I know BBIG was also hit with the delisting.
BBIG.
I think even
yeah, a lot. I'm sure a lot of them were. Yeah, yeah. Was it that? No, it wasn't that MMAT one. Yeah, I mean, probably both and all of the above here. So they had, they had they had advance notice. They had time to deal with it. It doesn't happen immediately. That's the point. Is that she said that if it trades less than 30 days under $1, that it will be delisted. But I don't think that's accurate. I don't think it will be delisted. It will be below compliance standards, and then they'll move through the process, which includes notifying, everybody about it, yada yada yada. And I don't have the rest of those details here, but based on what we've seen in these other ones, it doesn't just get delisted immediately.
The reverse merger will mean that for a while, the shorts will have to move that needle all the way back down to $1 in order to have any kind of issue of being pushed off the NYSE. Now, I'm going to go out on a limb with this second reason, and it has to do with the options market. I'm going to go ahead and say, if you are a longtime options market trader and can confirm this, that would be amazing. I have quite a lot of experience.
Quick pause. Shorts are not going for a delisting on AMC or APE.
Right.
They're banking on the company is going to fail. It's going to go bankrupt.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't
Yeah, you don't want, as a short seller, you don't want the stock to be delisted. Because if it's delisted and you can't trade it, you're kind of you're in a tough situation there because you can't return the shares. Now, or it becomes a lot harder because you're not dealing with an exchange traded stock. As far as I know. So yeah, now Golden Key is asking here why the $1 rule. So I'll throw out what I know, and Shadow Stars, feel free to chime in. There are requirements to a stock being suitable to be traded on the exchanges. And one of those is this $1 rule on the NYSE, because the New York Stock Exchange it's not a penny stock exchange. Like, they don't want to deal with a bunch of stocks that are trading at 40 cents, 50 cents, 60 cents, 20 cents. That's not really what it is. It's not what it's designed for. It's for, companies that have a market cap that's in a certain range, that have shares that are trading in a certain price range. That is the requirement to be listed. Like, any requirements for anything else, in your trading account, if you want to trade certain option strategies, you have to have a certain amount of margin, or you have to be on a margin account if you want to trade more advanced strategies, or any type of, like, just, this is what we require in order to allow this to happen. Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, my interpretation is, I think in the general sense, what the New York Stock Exchange, what the NASDAQ, what they all want is they want a liquid market. When you have a company, if they don't have X amount of shares, if they don't have, I mean, there's so many different requirements based on like market cap, how many available shares, what your stock price is, etc. But if you have a company that has very little shares available to trade, if it's at a very low price, it's going to be very illiquid. So it's not something that the markets can really trade on.
Right. I mean, if you have an illiquid stock, you're not going to get efficient discovery of price on that.
Yeah. So that $1 rule, I mean, they have multiple different requirements. I mean, different tiers. If you have X amount of shares, then you might be able to get away with a lower share price. But nonetheless, I mean, that $1, that's just one of the potential requirements of for your company, that hey, it needs to be at least this. It needs to hold that value for at least X amount of days. If not, then you have 180 days to go back in compliance. If you fail to do so, then you might need to do a reverse split or etc.
Right. And there are also other requirements too. That's only one, like you said, like the market cap has to be, above a certain threshold. So that would be the number of shares times the share price. That has to be at a certain point. Shareholders' equity has to be at a certain point. So, the amount of the company that shareholders of the common stock own has to be at a certain point. So you can't have a stock that is owned 90% by insiders. That's what that means. So you have low shareholders' equity, then again, it kind of points back, I think, to liquidity issue. Another one I believe is something to do revenue. It factors into it. I mean, you can look up NYSE delisting and get all the criteria, or NASDAQ delisting. You can get the criteria for that. So it's just the requirements. When HYMC delisting? Well, that's a good point. I mean, I can't believe they haven't gotten a notice at all. I mean, maybe they did. Here's $1. Yeah, it's been more than 30 days, but that's NASDAQ. I don't know. Wyckoff Mining announces debt reduction, corporate update. Here it is. Wyckoff Mining received written notice of delisting from NASDAQ. They did on October 3rd. They did. On October 3rd. That's here. I guess that, the average price would have been under $1 for a while there. Yeah, so I mean, yeah, Hycroft is, I guess, at risk. Okay. Model 3 dude says, look, the APE offering did not go as AA thought it would, because the apes did not have the money to push it up, nor the hype men to drive FOMO. There were and are no support levels for APE. I mean, I can't argue with that. And she's asking for market maker.
Long-time options market trader and can confirm this. That would be amazing. I have quite a lot of experience in the options market, but even this is beyond how I could think about it. The issue with AMC is that the vol in AMC, the volatility, is actually extremely high. Now, the quirk of this is that because it's about $4.40, every $1 move in this stock is almost 25% of a movement, and the volatility reflects.
What is she talking? What is it? What? I mean, how are you generalizing about the options like this? This makes no sense to me. Like, listen to what she's saying. She's saying the volatility is high, which we've talked about.
AMC, the volatility is actually extremely high.
The volatility is extremely high. Okay.
Now, the quirk of this is that because it's about $4.40, every $1 move in this stock is almost 25% of a movement. And
every $1 move of the underlying stock is a 25% movement? On what contracts? What's the delta? What's the gamma? Not all contracts are going to move by 25% on a dollar move. So I don't know what I'm trying to wrap my head around this.
And the volatility reflects this. You have vols that are well in excess of 150%, and in some cases almost 200%. Now,
You have volatility that's way higher than that even on some of these short-dated options.
A reverse split in the stock will mean that the options strikes will be really wide when they actually are recalculated on the following day. Right now, the increments are 50 cents, but if it does a 10-for-1 split, the increments will be $5. Now, the way things trade at $5 is very different than the way they trade at $50. And if this transaction were to happen on a Thursday night, then you would have one day to try to figure out where to cover this. And that could be really, really painful. My suspicion is that even if it doesn't happen on a Thursday night, but happens during the week, anyone that is long the puts is going to have to really do some
and that's not even true.
Sense of what the
wait a minute.
In other words,
that's not even true. Like, she's overgeneralizing so much. Let me go over to the platform here. Okay, here's AMC's option chain. If we go to December 30th, like this coming Friday, yeah, we got 50-cent increments all the way up. But if we go to, like, I don't know, next January's monthly, yeah, you have 50-cent increments from $1 to 10.50 to 11, but from 11 to up, you have dollar increments. And then if you go further, you go to February, it's all straight $1 increments. So, it's dollar increments, I believe, from that point on all the way out. And then as you get further out in time, they go a little wider, like in January 2025, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 10, 12, 15, 17, 20. So she's overgeneralized. She's painted with too wide of a paintbrush on that. Yeah, there are 50-cent increments. But yeah, I just red flag after red flag here.
If it's a short-dated option, which oftentimes people are playing short-dated options, you're going to have theta decay, vega, and gamma to all consider in the middle of a reverse split where short interest has massively increased relative to a decreasing borrow rate. Okay, that's a lot of jargon, but essentially, if you're an options trader, it's going to be really hard to calculate what these options are worth if both those transactions go through at the same time. Now, when I started to try to do the math on this, the struggle was real. So if you're just smarter than me, which I'm super cool with, stick it in the comments below. But I do think that these increment changes do create a mechanical issue that could be problematic for people that are long puts. Now,
okay, but you can't calculate it and show it. All right, sure. Okay, fake news and misinformation. This is
one of the reasons that I heard people being told, which seemed really inaccurate to me. The first one was that the cost basis increases in some way that's detrimental to AMC shareholders, and that is really awkward. If your accountant is telling you that, I'd really like to better understand why, because ultimately the cost basis is used for you to visually be able to buy and sell the stock. What's actually happening is capital gains off of the market value, the total market value of where you entered the stock price at. And that shouldn't change. Now, the second thing I heard is that the reduction of shares after you dilute the shares back through and then reduce the share count hurts retail investors because there'll be less shares for them to buy and sell. And quite frankly, that's just not true. As things currently sit, the price of AMC will be well below $100.
So if it's not true that there are fewer shares for retail investors to buy and sell, why doesn't that apply to short sellers too? I don't know.
Usually retail investors truly get hurt if the price of the stock somehow reverse splits to over 1,000 or something that is truly astronomical for anyone to try to buy.
Another piece of misinformation was that the equity portion of the capital raise went to hedge funds that were short and were covering on the cheap. And that's just a total lie as well. It actually went to debt holders as a function of restructuring the debt and thereby improving the balance sheet and the financial statements. That I go through in the last episode. Another piece of misinformation I've heard is that this is all a scam and there will be no reverse split or merger vote, and that this is just fake news on APE. But as you'll see here, Antara has agreed to hold their APE units for 90 days and vote them at the special meeting, meaning they're going to approve these two shareholder recommendations. There really isn't any trick here, guys. I'm not sure why people are looking for one. This is really simply put to squeeze out the shorts. And for whatever reason, the lies associated with this one often say that it's Mr.
You think that this fucking clown engineered this whole thing to squeeze out the shorts and that it's going to work? That it's going to go off the way that she's saying? I'm not buying it, but okay. But Aron is not the seller.
Aron that's selling his shares. It's not. It's actually the APE share units, which are. And for whatever reason, the lies associated with this one often say that it's Mr. Aron that's selling his shares. It's not. It's actually the APE share units, which are well described in the FAQ on the APE units as to what they were going to do.
A couple of additional items. Since this is a reverse split, if you're short something that is less than a 10 lot of those shares, you need to cover, because it's going to actually be really hard for you to cover a fractional share. If you own a fractional share, it shouldn't actually cause you too much grief at all. That's also true if you're short less than 10 options or you're...
I don't know. I can't speak to that, but I'm not quite... that doesn't seem right to me, but I don't know. Who knows? I mean, you're not going to be able to cover. I mean, wouldn't you just cover the... Wouldn't it just be converted to cash and you just cover the cash amount? I don't know.
No, the way the calculation goes, if you ever hold a fractional share, it's not it doesn't equate exactly to what that decimal point like would come out to. So you could come out on a slight loss on the end, but it's not like it's impossible.
Right. Okay.
You're short some odd lot of options. Don't have them in the portfolio. It's really painful to try to close out partial options. The last thing I wanted to mention is a lot of people were under the impression that the APE shareholders did not get a vote.
Partial
I'm going to
options?
show you the excerpt.
That's what she said, yeah.
Less than 10 options or your shorts actually cause you too much grief at all.
In this case, then the deliverables would change. The OCC would put out a memo of, hey, this is what's going to happen to your options. Sort of basically like what AMC 1 is when you had AMC and APE.
Yeah. It would exercise into it would exercise into 100 APE and 100 AMC shares, those non-standard pre-split options, right? Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah.
So then let's just call it AMC 2 would come out, and it would reflect, it would readjust all the existing options to whatever the deliverables would be post split. Correct? Is that what we're talking about here?
So instead of each contract being 100 shares, you'd probably have it for 10 shares.
10 shares, right? It'd be non-standard.
You're not going to get
for those.
Yeah, you won't go from whatever. If you had 8 options, you don't go to 0.8 options. Like, the fuck?
Right. Yeah, no, if that's what she meant, that's bogus.
That's also true if you're short less than 10
options.
Right.
She doesn't know options. Is she an options trader?
That's what it says. Yeah, it says right here it says head option strategist. So, I don't know. She profited over 28,000 in the last 45 days. Well, that was in 2021 though. That was in November of 2021. So, not, I mean, yeah, it's good, but I mean, come on. November 2021, not the hardest environment, really. Yeah, I am baffled by this one. All right, we're almost through this.
10 options or you're short some odd lot of options. Don't have them in the portfolio. It's really painful to try to close out partial options. The last thing I wanted to mention is a lot of people were under the impression that the APE shareholders did not get a vote. I'm going to show you the excerpt from the FAQ. Here you can see very clearly that the APE shareholders absolutely do get a vote. Now, as relates to the merger of APE shares back into AMC, I'm obviously going to vote yes because I'm an APE shareholder, but I think there's lots of reasons why the AMC shareholder would also want to vote yes. The first and foremost is that if I'm right on what would happen to the shorts, they should get squeezed pretty hard on this, and that would probably make a lot of AMC shareholders very happy. The second reason is because, quite frankly, you don't want a stub that is being traded at 1/7 the value of AMC. The voting rights are equivalent, and it really puts the company in an awkward place as relates to hostile takeover. Now, if you want me to do a separate video on hostile takeovers, just stick it in the comments below. But what I'm saying is that if you've got one set of shares that are so deeply discounted, it runs the risk of someone buying up the shares, replacing the board, and replacing Mr. Aron. But I don't think they'll do nearly as good a job.
Who the fuck would do that?
AMC shareholders. I would say that because there's so much complication in
this is probably the best part of this video right here.
Shareholders.
Coming up.
I would say that because there's so much complication in this one, if you're totally new to the game of APE and AMC, it's not a bad move to just take a pause and stay out of it. That's all I have for this episode. If you...
Yeah. I mean, I would probably echo that sentiment. Hey, if you're not involved in this already, stay the fuck away from it, probably, unless you know what you're doing. And that, like, I don't know. I'm not getting involved in this shit. I mean, besides, that was on the video, Lynn. That was on the video. Except, whatever, put position I currently have that will probably be closed, soon, hopefully. Anyway. Yeah, I almost commented on this earlier, but I didn't. I just wanted to, do this segment on it and talk about it. See here if there's anything. Calling the game. I mean, yeah. It is a game to them, though, unfortunately. Excellent work. Your explanations are easy to understand, and your level of knowledge inspires confidence. This is the problem. This is the problem with this. Now, I know I can hear people right now. Well, Scott, did you work for Goldman Sachs? Shadow Stars, did you work for Berkshire Hathaway? You guys don't know what you're talking about. Maybe not, but I mean, maybe we didn't work for those firms. But I mean, I could say with, pretty strong confidence that we take great pains to do due diligence in what the information that we're presenting and talking about. I mean, obviously, the answer is, everybody should learn these things themselves and be able to evaluate it and not have to rely on somebody else to tell them. But I mean, as far as I'm concerned, this is nonsense. This is FUD. It's not substantiated. It's just as speculative as something that Boss Blunts would put out. I mean, maybe that's a little extreme, but I mean, sorry. I don't see any other way around it. Thank you so much for your 2 videos. You made me feel so much more confident in what's happening right now. Okay, when I start to see stuff like this is a red flag. This is a red flag to me. I mean, maybe that was the point. I don't know. What do you think about APE T plus 90? Did it ever apply? This one is so tough, and I was about to record something on this to try to lay it out, but it's taking me a bit longer to put together something that isn't jargon soup. Let me see if I can try to get it together. Okay, so no, you don't know. For 2 years, we've seen them short this from 72 to 4. Break out the strike. Oh, God. What's to keep them from shorting it after the reverse stock split? I'd have 90% less shares and be shorted back down to 5. What has changed to keep this from happening? How will the reverse split keep this from happening? I'd rather hold and keep my 4,000 AMC shares versus reverse split and only have 400 and back to $5 a share again. Shorts require locates. Who is going to enforce that? I mean, like, you don't understand how it works. What stops short hedge funds from to start shorting again after the reverse split? Nothing. I mean, it seems like, it probably will. How will the change of the QSIP number affect naked shorts? I mean, question is invalidated because you're talking about something that's not substantiated. So, I mean, come on. If the 10 to 1 goes and AA sells more AMC shares to pay all the debt, okay, then retail may not own 90% of the float after that. Well, you don't own 90% of the float now. Jesus. The float is simply the shares that are available to be bought or sold. Neither action should change that. However, there are a few dynamics that impact the shorts. I go through this in the next video. I might make a third video as I'm starting to understand from these comments the perspectives that others are taking. Okay. Conversion is not good for short squeeze. She's combing truth with false information. Borrow costs never scared them when AMC was 30 to 40. Who just started showing up as AMC educator? Don't be deceived. Question, since APE was obviously oversold / shorted, okay, and is much cheaper than AMC, can it be squeezed significantly higher than the current AMC price, which would then make AMC a buy to catch up arbitrage to APE, causing an AMC squeeze, then a further APE fuck you. No, not even reading the rest of that nonsense. A domino squeeze? Come on. You're not going to get a single fucking squeeze. And you're talking about domino squeeze? Give me a break. Yeah, they're screwed. They'll be forced to close out APE short. APE will moon like we're seeing, then be converted to AMC. Now AMC has just increased in value. Then after reverse split, you've just 10x'd the PT on the remaining shorts, which is going to make your short value look as horrendous as it did at all-time high. And now cost to borrow is atrocious. Squeezy squeeze. People in the community are focused way too much on the number of shares here. Doesn't matter. Never has never to these crooks with synthetics. It's the price that matters and the price that will 10x, period. Market cap doesn't change though. Thank you for this video. This just proves we are winning, and making videos like this shows they are in deep excrement. So all you have to do is make a video claiming anything like this, and they will believe that it shows that the shorts are fucked. I mean, that's ignorant as fuck. Ignorant as fuck. What are you talking about? Yes, your cost average essentially stays the same in regards to your P&L, but it's completely detrimental if the shorts can drag the price back down to its current price, leaving retail after reverse split with a high cost average as if they bought at the top. That makes it almost impossible for most retail investors to buy enough shares for the cheap to break even. Well, I mean, that's not fucking sunk cost bullshit. What happens in reverse split for shorts? Do they have to cover the 10 to 1? Example, my 100 shares became 10. Do shorts have to pay for the 90 shares they short on or just 10 now? It's not that complicated, really. They steal our shares legally and then short it, voting no. Steal our shares. I mean, these people are fucking lost. They took 40% out of the value from AMC, and now AA wants 90% of my shares. If someone wants to sell you something fast, the product is not good. Who told you that shorts have to cover? Good point. I mean, it's crazy. Like, these people are convinced. They are like the people that are the vote yes people are convinced. It's like it's like goddamn presidential election. The people that voted for, the one guy, there's no way they ever would have dreamed of voting for the other guy. And the people who voted for the other guy, they would never in a million years dream of voting for the other guy. It's literally that polarized. Like, they're digging their heels in. And I don't think it matters either.
I'm going through Twitter right now, and I just saw this through the Twitter feed, and it's just, oh my God, it's just a face palm. I put it on our Telegram, but
yeah, I got it here. Let me see. It's on the other monitor. So yeah, I mean, while I'm bringing that up here, it's like this is crazy that there's still the demand for all these new grifters. I mean, it will never not blow my mind, I don't think, how easy it is for somebody to get into pumping AMC. I mean, really, it is one of the easiest goddamn things to do. Adam, let's see. After initially wanting to vote no, this hit me. Converting APE to AMC will initially dilute shareholders and earnings per share, trailing 12 months, go from negative 137 to negative 274. However, the reserve split will increase earnings per share by 10, and AMC would then be positive earnings per share to 0.274. What? 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 Oh my God.
yep.
Wow. Okay. Wow. That's a new one. That is a new one. That is a new one for me right there.
Like, how are you that retarded?
Oh my
How
God.
is a reverse split going to change your negative EPS to positive EPS?
The reserve split? I mean, she must mean reverse there.
Yes,
I
I'm
guess,
sure
yeah.
there was a typo, but
Yeah. Yeah, okay, that was hanging me up. The reverse split will increase earnings per share by 10. What? I mean, that makes no sense.
that lady did not past fucking elementary school. Because there's no way you would have passed any math class if you can't understand that.
Right. Yeah, that's something right there. Oh my God.
How do these folks have jobs?
I don't think they do.
I'm
I mean,
seriously concerned.
I honestly don't think a lot of them do. And now tomorrow, when I go to work, I got to remember to take my headphones with me. But I'm gonna try. I want to pull up this Ape radio thing tomorrow during the day, during a work day, and see how many of these people are on the Ape radio Twitter space call, like on a work day. Now, I mean, yeah, I could be on it at work, and I could talk or whatever because not, I'm working, but I'm not like interacting with people a lot of the time. But I have a feeling that a lot of these people just sit around all day and and like talk about this and watch the chart and stuff. And I don't know. I don't know. I'm curious because there were like 200 people in there earlier today. It's like, it wasn't a work day today for most people. So, I mean, clearly, if they do have jobs, like, I'm not trying to like be insulting or anything, but like, I don't I don't think that we got a lot of like middle managers and like, um, people climbing the corporate ladder here. It doesn't seem like. I could be wrong, but I don't know. Here's a question. Who are you? Who do you work for? Are you affiliated with hedgies or banks? Honestly, you seem to have come out of nowhere at the right time for the hedgies. Are you just an average retail trader? It looks suspicious after what we've gone through. Blah 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 blah. I'll tell you what, I'll do a video on my background. I have dental surgery tomorrow, but I'll try to post it up this week. In the meantime, you're welcome to watch my other videos. Okay? Have fun with that. God, there's a lot of comments here. What's with all these new content creators popping up pushing a yes vote? Never seen this chick on my YouTube feed before. I only uphold my belief that I could not trust AA because he is the worst CEO of all time and he is dangerous and a cunning fox in human appearance. How charming. She's cute, but she talks to her audience like we still believe that the AMC share price responds to regular market pressures, aka price discovery through buying and selling pressure. Sorry to burst everyone's bubble, but we were promised the same thing when APE was first created. No, you weren't. You were not promised anything. The apes were not promised a goddamn short squeeze by Aron when he talked about ape. I think part of this problem here is that he allowed what he said to be interpreted incorrectly. He allowed these zealots to continue having the false belief that he was talking about their MOAS, squeezing the shorts, when in reality, what he's talking about most likely was restructuring some of this debt and being able to live to fight another day, raise capital for the company, which is his job to keep the company going, to keep the company, you know, to return the company to a sustainable point. He like the notion that you were promised something is ridiculous. It's just not the case. Ape was supposed to expose the synthetic shares and cause a MOAS. No, it wasn't. Ape was supposed to raise capital for the company. I mean, this is ridiculously just misguided. The reality is the market dances to the whims of the financial elites in their search for max profits for max pain. Anybody who disputes this is not being honest and truthful with their viewers. I mean, okay, but so what? Like, I that attitude, like a defeatist attitude, then why are you here? You know, if you don't think, if you think that it's all, the whims of the financial elite and da 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 da, then why are you even trying to do anything in the market if it's so, impossible to make a profit? Well, I mean, you fight the market will fucking destroy you, essentially. And that's, the whole one of the whole big things about it. It's like learning how to trade the market as it is, not as you want to see it, but as it is and maybe is about to be, which is hard. But that's why, that's why most people don't make money in the stock market trading. Uh, okay. Well, finally to the end. You're so underrated, spreading the word of your knowledge. Yeah, this is a bit ridiculous here. What I find funny is that Adam Aaron and TMI are followers. What of that one, that funny tweet? Were they really? God. TMI, I mean, the guy will follow anything. Where the hell am I? Oh yeah, indeed. I missed that. Good eye, Model 3 dude. Yeah. Adam Aaron and the masked investor follow. They follow this person. Ay, ay, ay. So Scavenger shouldn't feel so special because Adam Aaron follows this retard here. JJ Jones says we were promised a share count due to APE because he tweeted acknowledging it by saying something about noticing some apes think there is a number of counterfeit shares, so with APE it would force a count. No, I'm sorry, that's not correct. Adam Aaron said definitively that he has seen no evidence for any synthetic shares, any shares that have been issued not by the company. He said that there were 6 share counts. He said that we've done 6 share counts since they started saying this, and we found nothing. That's what he said. I mean, if you're going to make a claim that he tweeted acknowledging it, saying something, there's a number of counterfeit apes, so if apes force a count, let's see that tweet. Let's see the tweet and read it and see if that's true. Adam Aaron said he has no credible knowledge, which means that he doesn't that like there's no credible evidence, there's no evidence that actually is believable of quote unquote synthetic shares or quote unquote naked shorts. He said that he did say at least once. I mean, and like, I don't know what the people think, like somebody hacked into the DTCC computer and changed the share count numbers. Like, how on there are no actual physical shares. It's not like there's 500 million pieces of paper that somebody could Xerox and make a fake one. That's not how it works. So it's really not it's not. But of course, yeah, it's easy to say, oh, they just create fake ones. Oh, they just cheat. Oh, da, 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 this and that. Oh, they just use the tokenized shares, even though nobody showed evidence for that either. So absurd. All right, Model 3 dude. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Inbound tweets ask over and over for a quote unquote share count. AMC has done AMC has done a share count 6 times in the past year. 6 times in the past year. We know of 516.8 million AMC shares. Some of you believe the count is much higher. As I've said before, we've seen no reliable info on so-called synthetic or fake shares. Yeah, some of them do believe the count is much higher. That's true. It's a true statement. Some of them, most of them believe the count is much higher. But we've seen no reliable info on so-called synthetic or fake shares. I mean, I don't know. That's what he said. He did not say anything about APE shares forcing a count. Sorry. There'll be no more counts, tards. Model 3 dude wants to look at Lou next. I didn't forget about you. Oops. Let's see. All right, so markets with May. No. Sorry. Nope. Not feeling that one. Oops, I keep going back too far. Yeah. Oh, we looked at this last night, didn't we? I think you must not have been here, Model 3 dude, because we looked at this one. This is the one where he goes from 500 to 2,000 to 10,000 to 50,000 to 100,000 to 1,000,000. I'll skip ahead a little bit. It is ridiculous, though. It is ridiculous. We acknowledge that. Oh, you know what? We should probably look at the charts. Oh my God. Well, look at the dollar taking. Swear to God, the fucking dollar taking a nosedive. So now we've got. Let's see. Gotta. Just keep my cool here. Trying to look at a little bit more context. I'm not assuming it. I'm not making any assumptions at this point. Nothing is even back to where it was at the before the last sell-off. But if you were going to sell off or be moving to the downside tomorrow, a pump in the overnight session would, it wouldn't be that weird. So who knows? All right. Comedy break. All right. Just for me. Oh boy.
40 years ago, on Halloween night, 3 people murdered.
After that horrific night, he was sent back to the institution in captivity.
Do you know that I pray every night that he would escape?
What the hell did you do that for?
So I can kill him.
It was a simple mistake, and I'm really sorry.
Everyone in my family, turns into a nutcase this time of year.
Howdy, partners. Excuse the intrusion to this most joyous occasion.
My God.
The bus crashed.
He'll return to Haddonfield, his home.
I need to protect my family.
You have no security system, Karen.
Mom, you need help.
Evil is real.
Is this playing in AMC theaters?
Excuse me, somebody's in here.
There's a reason we're supposed to be afraid of the snake.
I've been preparing for this for a long time. It is not safe to be on the street tonight. Go home! Get out of here! Get inside!
Sorry, I don't mean to trespass.
He is a killer, but he will be killed tonight.
Go ahead and scream your head up! Well, well, well. I love that story.
I love that story. I know you are, but what am I? Wow, it's creepy as fuck. That is so creepy. Oh my God. When's that? That's great. Oh my God. Oh, Shadow Star's got to head out. Okay. All right, man. See ya. Thanks for hopping in. Okay. No, that was a good comedy break. That was definitely solid. Thank you. Okay, so let's see what else we got here. Okay, we got this one. Not that one. Not this one. We already got that one.
Conversion of the APE shares into AMC shares, and then vice versa. They want APE shares to be converted, but they don't want the stock split. And it was when I was gathering all this information, it kind of made me feel like, okay, I already had my decision like how I wanted it, but listening to all these different scenarios, it kind of made me want to change my position on what I want to do. And I found myself kind of flip-flopping. Then I found myself confused. Then I started thinking about the past, like what people got into this stock for. A lot of people got in because it was a short squeeze play, and they know the rules and how short squeeze work. Okay, and then we were told all this stuff by different YouTubers: do this, do this.
Is he running a generator? It sounds like, I mean, maybe I'm just crazy. He's standing outside. It's clearly cold. This is from 9 minutes ago. Is that a generator I hear running? I don't know.
No, move your shares out of Robinhood, move them over to this platform.
Oh, he's fixing his car.
Move it over to this platform because of this. And people were moving their stuff around, and I mean, people were doing all this stuff because of what they heard, you know. And then, like I said, I found myself kind of confused. And I watched this military movie, and they had a task to do. Let me go in the car, make sure the car's running.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so they had a task to do, and they had a mission to do, and the mission was set up. Gotta turn this down. The mission that they had a plan, right? And they know in the military you stick to your plan. You do not change your plan unless something happens to where you're not gonna get to that goal, okay? So I'm watching this military movie. They had this plan set up, and one person in the group decided he wasn't going to follow the plan. So he went off on his own path, and he ended up getting killed. While the other group they had their plan, they stuck together, and they stuck with their original plan. Then after watching it, it dawned on me, why do I need to change my position on AMC and make any changes? Because the shorts in the hedge funds, they're already sweating. They're already sweating bullets. So why do I need to change my plan? Because all these other different scenarios and making me confused. And it may not be just regular YouTubers making confused. It could be people that are paid to be on YouTube to make you confused. Okay. It could be bots, anything, comments, anything. So I told myself,
okay, let me flip this around on you. Where did you get your original plan from? Who told you the original plan? How did you get the impression that shorts were sweating bullets? Did that not come from the same source? Did that not come from the same channels of information as the information that you're rejecting now? So I say, good on you not to let the people that say, like Donahue George, it's not financial advice, it's not legal advice. Don't make any decisions on whether buy and hold or sell a stock based on anything I say in my videos. Yeah? So good on you to do what he says to do, or to not do what he says not to do. However, the original plan itself is equally as nonsensical. So you see what I mean? I don't know if I'm expressing that well. People really screwed up when they initially trusted this quote unquote DD that was supposedly a shit. And, you know, everybody, that's hive mind. Everybody got on the same side of the trade. Of course, it didn't go the way that everybody thought it was going to go, because whenever anybody piles in on one side of a trade, the market, that essentially is inefficient, and the market will seek an efficient outcome. In other words, it knows that you were trying to fuck around with it. It knows that you were trying to finagle some bullshit. Not to mention, it was all explicitly explained in public on the internet, on all these channels, on Reddit, on Twitter, everywhere. So, yeah, you have your own mind, right? Then who cares what you do or do not do? And to that, I say this. And, 1,000 bonus points to whoever can tell me who said that.
I am not going to change my plan, because it's like a military play. Like you have your original plan, stick with it. Do not change and do anything, because
so don't take any more information. Don't listen to any new information. Don't evaluate anything. Don't think for yourself. Just do what you were going to do. Okay, got it. Manny, 1,000 points. That's the easy one. But Scott, they're still talking about DD, for Christ's sakes. I know.
of what you heard or what someone told you. The first original plan was, by the way, this is not financial advice. I'm not financial advisor. Do what you want.
Oh shit, I already did.
The original plan was to
didn't realize you weren't.
Buy your shares and hold them. And that's it. Like,
and see, I'll echo what I said a minute ago. The original plan itself was flawed. The original plan itself was flawed. So to stick to a flawed plan that you don't believe is flawed because somebody is proposing a new plan that you do believe is flawed, that is flawed. I mean, that goes beyond flawed. It's fucked. It's fucked.
Don't do anything else. Don't change it. So that means if when this voting come around, I know what I'm going to do. At first, I was going to vote yes because you are.
It doesn't matter. It matters about as much as voting for, you know, dog catcher. AMC won't squeeze. Want to fight about that? Original plan. AMC will squeeze. Okay, listen. AMC is going to squeeze to the downside. Original plan didn't call for losing 70% of your capital. True. That's true. So yeah, the original plan is out the windows. This is one of those. It should have been at some point last year, in like July of last year, 2021. It should have been like one of those go back to the drawing board moments. And for smart people, for people who have some experience, it was. Or it was a, let me take profit. Number one, let me either take profit or cut my losses and move on. That's what it should have been. So I see where this is going. I think we got the gist of that one. What's this one here? This is, who's this? This is coming up here. And welcome, Right Nut.
Like hero. If you do what I just said, you look like a hero. What you're doing now, you're desperate. You're the guy that sticks needles in apples on Halloween. That's who you are. You're the guy sticking razor blades in the Snicker bar, dude. That's you.
What the hell has gotten into this guy recently? We watched one of these cracked out videos of his last night.
Up to me, it would be a no. We don't need all the shits and giggles. We don't need all this. If you vote no to APE, okay, the APE conversion, APE immediately sells off. That's why a lot of people aren't piling in and 100% gung-ho about just buying APE to even out the price. Because they're still in the back of their heads, they're like, this could get a no vote. And then APE just crashes. Aron even knows that, so he could drag this whole thing on because he needs 30 consecutive days or his penny stock gets.
I'm concerned about that background music. I don't know what it is, and I don't want to get fucked on it. Shit. Here, let's do this. I mean, it doesn't matter. I just don't want to get shut down. Aron keeps saying yes, doing exactly what it was intended to do. And I'm over here saying to myself, is Aron even in the same planet as the rest of us? Because we thought it was going to initiate the squeeze. We didn't think it was going to pay off all his debt, you know, like his statements evolve around, okay.
He's going to initiate the squeeze. We didn't think it was going to pay off all his debt. You know, like...
Why not? That's what he fucking said it was supposed to do.
Statements evolve around paying off all his debt, and then I see YouTubers and retail try to connect the dots and no, he's actually talking about the short squeeze. He's never talking about the short squeeze. When he talks about moving forward, chess and all this shit, it's just one more guy that wanted to break his legs, X him off the...
Okay, all right. Whenever you know what, Teddy Zane has an idiocracy vibe to him, like for real. Like I feel like I am watching. I am inside the movie Idiocracy when I watch this guy and these types of videos by him, where it cuts to this weird metal music and it's these weird clips and it's like this is like Well, just show Al my balls, you know, really. Yeah. Okay. Teddy Zane is a vote no guy. Oh.
Hero. He's not. Look, Blockbuster went out of business for a reason.
God damn it.
You should be watching Blockflix right now. You're one step ahead of the game. You should be watching Blockflix right now, not Netflix.
Should be watching Blackflix right now.
If Blockbuster Video had done what they were supposed to and evolved with the times, Blockbuster wouldn't have gone. AMC wouldn't be going out of freaking business and having such a hard time accumulating.
Wait a minute. Where's the claim that naked shorting killed Blockbuster? I'm waiting for that.
Money within the company.
And Toys R Us. Am I wrong? Am I right? Model 3 dude.
Model. They have to pull it from retail. I did a video on this the other day. Make money within the business. Don't have to pull an extract from me and retail. They got in this stupid thing thinking there was some kind of MOAS, and that ain't going to happen. So just take the rest.
He did not tell you to do that. You listened to another fucktard on the internet. That's not his goddamn fault. That is not his fault.
Rest of our money, why don't you, Adam Aaron? Just take the rest of it. He's like, oh,
I love that.
Oh, there's still a few in there, man. Let me sweep up the rest of that money while I can. I don't see how, this is what's crazy about.
Why does he even care, by the way, too? He's given up on AMC already. He moved on to all his other things.
In general. Okay. You see this? This is red. This is red. It's obvious it's red. I know it's red. But I can ask 10 people what color this is. 5 will say it's red. They will very definitive. They're going to, it's just red. Okay, I want to be friends with you guys. That's who I want in my circle. The people with no...
the people that, the conformists.
No
okay.
Shits, no giggles, nothing. It's red. The other 5 people are going to say it's some other bizarre-ass, stupid shit color that probably doesn't even exist. The conspiracy therapist, folks. Conspiracy...
Oh.
Theorist, folks. That is a tongue twister. Holy shit. And they'll try to explain to you why it's another color. I don't like you people. I can't stand you people. It's just red.
Fuck you. I can't stand that guy. That's an ignorant motherfucker right there. Scott fucking Allen says that Teddy fucking Zane is an ignorant motherfucker. Yes, I said that. I said it. And I'm sticking to that plan. I'm not changing horses in midstream. No. No. All right. Sorry. That's just retardation. I mean, all right. Oh shit. So this is about, gotta look. NASDAQ's up almost 1%. S&P's up 0.75%. Dow's up 0.5%. So good old, and what about the Russell? Shit. Oh, fuck. Forget the goddamn. Oh, come on. I thought it was RUT. YM is Dow. Oh, well, whatever. Okay. So we see the dollar, you know, kind of find some footing here. We got one of those wonderful, let's see, when did this start? It's 2109. Yeah, so I mean, it's probably just because of the liquidity and volume and just time of day and whatever, but you know, it always gets a little nerve-wracking when you start to see you know, sort of the opposite correlation that you're used to seeing here. Dollar down and the stocks going down here and then reversing and going with it. But that'll, you know, in terms, so crude oil is a little higher. It's about a percentage point higher, 1% higher. Natural gas is about 4% higher as it stands, 4.25% higher. Sorry. Gasoline futures are 0.6% higher. So now, yeah, now we see the inverse. So, all right. Tomorrow, I can tell. Tomorrow's gonna be a fun day. I can tell. I can already tell. It always is. This is the 4D checkmate. Scabby.
Guys, what is going on? I just wanted to make this last video real quick tonight. We're going to keep this video very short, but I wanted to put...
You know what? That's a great idea. We'll make this the last video. It's short. It's almost 9:30. Yeah. You know what? Sure. Good idea, Scav.
Put this out there for the skeptics out there who are obviously very concerned over...
we interrupt this grifter to bring you a public service announcement. Join the Telegram finance chat group. The link's in the description. If you find any value in what we're trying to do here, which, you know, that's a long shot. I know. Join the group, join the community, and you know, hit the like button, subscribe, and check out the other, you know, 8-hour live streams that we've done. I would say check out the 200 videos we did last year, but our first channel was deleted at the end of last year, about a year ago, a little over a year ago. So we rebuilt from scratch this year, and appreciate you being here. Join the Telegram chat. Hope to see you there. All right, back to
just the news we've had with AMC for the past, you know, week, if you will, right? Everyone's kind of all been out of shape about it, and I wanted to make this video to clear something up for you. So obviously we've known that AMC, Adam Aron's told us numerous times that AMC is playing 4D chess, okay? So most people don't even know how to play chess. So, you know, obviously making a chess reference, you're going to be someone who knows how to play chess, and chess is a game of strategy. What if, and this is just a what if, like I said, we have to see to believe. I put it in my community
what if
just about 10 minutes ago. We have to see to believe, right? Everybody's gonna be a critic until the day that they're proved wrong, right? What if Adam Aron brought this vote to play to scare the markets, to scare the ones betting against AMC, to bring, he's said it numerous times that APE and AMC are inevitably the same thing, right? And APE obviously is heavily undervalued compared to what AMC's value is. What if his intentions the whole time were to just come out with that proxy vote statement to scare market makers, scare the ones betting against AMC, so APE comes back to its true value?
Market makers are not betting against AMC. Like, that's a fundamental point of ignorance here. Market makers are not fucking betting against the stock. That's not what they do. I wish this fucking clown would stop saying this shit. I wish they all would. It's ignorant as fuck. Okay, continue with your lies.
One's betting against AMC, so APE comes back to its true value. Shorts cover their position in APE, and aron dilutes APE more and pays off their debt that way. That's why I try to tell you guys I'm not one-sided on this. We have to take our day-by-day news, the way we take it, right? Everything's changing, everything's evolving. But like I said, we're in a game of 4D chess, so what if that's his goal? What if that was his goal, to have APE come back to fair price value, and that's when he's gonna make his move, if you will, and pay off debt that way? It's entirely possible. This could have been an announcement just to trick them, right? This is chess. This isn't checkers. We're trying to trick.
Oh, so maybe they're not actually going to do the reverse split. Is that what I'm hearing?
Using their manipulation tactics against our company. Our company, right? We're investors. This is
our company.
So just to put another perspective, I've seen comments and stuff, and I've thought about it, but I figured I'd make a video over it, because for the ones that are all freaked out about the vote, what if that's the goal of AMC? Okay, what if that's their goal? They had to do something to get the other side to bring APE back to its fair value, right? Because the problem with APE is they drove it to the ground, right? Wall Street did. Manipulation did. It wasn't because AMC was a poor performing company. It was because it was being manipulated.
Oh, it wasn't? So it wasn't because AMC was a poor performer?
Fear that we had to put into the other side to fuck off with their manipulation. Okay, so just another perspective, another way to look at it. But remember, I'm going to say it one more time in this video. We're playing 4D chess here, okay? We're not, this isn't a game of charades. This is real deal 4D chess. And if it was easy to predict why a company's doing a certain thing, why the management team's doing a certain task, it wouldn't be chess. So just to put it.
Well, then by that same token, Scavenger, isn't it true that if you could figure out what the market was thinking, why they were pricing something at what they were pricing at, that it wouldn't be, I don't know, 4D chess or whatever, You know what? This guy thinks that he's found the key to the market. But in reality, and this is a Joseph Granville quote too, the same guy who said, if it's obvious, it's obviously wrong. The minute that you figure out the key to the market changes the lock. The market changes the lock. Meanwhile, this clown is still running around with a key. I got the key. While you were busy, running around, stroking your ego, they came and changed the locks and your ass got locked out. That's an analogy for you lost all your money. Okay, speaking of losing all your money, I got to do one more. I gotta go, my buddy Morantz.
Hi guys,
here.
welcome back to Morantz. Morantz, plenty of good information, a little bit of motivation, a whole lot of truth, no financial advice. I want to explain to you something that just got brought up in the Discord about this dividend and how it's all working out for AMC. First, they gave out the APE equity unit, diluted the float all the way to 1.5 billion. That means they sold off 33% of their company to bondholders, to short hedge funds, whomever. We don't know who they sold them off to directly. Like, we don't know what their strategy is, like what their intentions are. But when I look at it, we saw that AMC was being shorted, or sold off, I should say, all the way down to a fraction of 1/7 of what the AMC value is. So as you put money back into it and you put it all back together, it's a 10-to-1 reverse stock split that gives you a float of 150 million shares. But by doing the reverse stock split, it raises zero cash for AMC. What they did was they disguised a little line in there that says that they would be given the ability to dilute the float moving forward with no approval, just like they did previous. They just go ahead and say, you know what, we're going to do this share offering, we're going to make it happen, and we're going to raise some cash. But for every share that they sell after they've done a 10-to-1 split, go look at your investment and see how it's being diluted at that ratio. I will also tell you like this. If I have the ability to increase shares over time after the 10-to-1 reverse stock split, And I'll be taking money away from retail itself. As I dilute this float, the price is going to come down. It's not going to be that it's being shorted. You're not going to know the difference. You're going to see this stock that actually looks like it's being
so
shorted,
nice to hear somebody say that.
Is diluted. And they have.
It's so nice to hear somebody say that, you know, just because the stock is going down doesn't mean it's being shorted. I'm so sick of hearing, oh, they shorted it down. They're shorting it down. Look, they're shorting it down. You can't fucking tell. And plenty of people are selling. Anyway.
Have to raise money. They have no choice. They owe money. And people are asking for the money. The bondholders are asking for money. And instead, Adam Aron's offering portions of the company just to survive this. So it's going to go well beyond Aron's his last 3 years. It's going to go well beyond maybe the amount of time that you want to put into it. But as far as getting to zero, they're finding new ways to get you there. So good luck with it. But understand that after reverse stock split, it will dilute even more. And they want that to happen because the float's at 150 million, right? You're going to see 500 million real quick. But everyone's going to forget that it's a reverse stock split of 10. And that's the part that sucks for me. But hey, it's all there. We keep thinking about it. And I don't know who would vote yes to this. I just don't. If you're an AMC holder and not an APE holder, which a lot of people are, because people sold their APEs, and people are saying that was a mistake. I don't think it was a mistake. I don't think it could ever regain $5. Like, it just don't. If it ever goes up that high, AMC is going to come down. They're going to meet somewhere. There's an equilibrium there. They're going to meet like at $3. And when they get to $3, well, what's your company worth now? On 1.5 billion, you're looking at around 4.5 billion market cap. That's not going to hold. That's coming down too. So, you know what it's worth, and you know when the numbers come out, because you know why, guys? Fundamentally, they try to put this on you. Fundamentally, they try to tell you Avatar and Wakanda and Black Adam. We told you. We said, no, that's not it. It's not going to make you money because domestically, you know, and I'm going to say this traditionally, AMC gets 50% of the box office number because through concessions and ticket sales, that's what they actually average. So if a movie does $1 billion, I'll just give it to you like that. If they do $1 billion domestically, AMC typically makes about $500 million. So if the total box office does $2 billion, AMC comes in at $1 billion, right? Well, right now, Avatar is at like $250 million. That's it. That's all you're going to do. So that means AMC probably made $125 million off that movie. That's not enough. That's not enough. And the total box office number is going to be around $2 billion, 2.1, 2.2 for the whole quarter. Maybe not even that high. Maybe just $2 billion. That means AMC only made $1 billion. They will have a cash burn this quarter. It's going to be significant. And quarter one will be even a crazier cash burn. So after those 2 quarters, AMC will be, right at covenant level as far as cash levels required. That's why they had to sell off. That's why they had to raise cash. It's just me. Honestly, I'm just brainstorming right here in front of you, but it's all true. You won't see a true profit on this company until 2024. And by that time, all this cash will have burned. So they already lost. They're going to lose like $800 million this year. Let's just call it $1 billion while we're at it. I mean, what more do you guys want to see? And that was Top Gun. That was all the greatest movies this year. And it doesn't matter because it's not about the movies. It's about how you run your business. So enjoy your investment. Enjoy your day. I'll be live tomorrow watching the markets and everything. Kyoto, thanks for the brain teaser there as far as how they're going to dilute this stock down. But Discord, description of the video, everything else, it's free. Doesn't matter. We never charge you for anything. We give away free NFTs. We give away free merch when we have it. We give away a $25 cash card tomorrow.
Free NFTs. $75. Sign me
So
up.
we're going to give away $25 on GameStop and $50 on GameStop. I have 2 cash cards to give away tomorrow. So go ahead, join in, and see what it's all about. Peace, millionaires.
I know
Peace.
his gimmick now. Okay. I want to take a look at something real quick. And then I think I'm going to play out. I like to play it out sometimes. Play us out. Play us out. I don't know what that means. Fuck it, we'll do it live. Fucking thing sucks. Okay. Right. Domestic is 287 million on Avatar. Worldwide, international 600. But I want to look by country. And I just used this earlier, and I here we go. So we don't have the numbers from PROC. China? Guess not. Because I'm seeing I saw this interesting article here. Avatar 2 is deemed unsuitable for audiences. Chinese film executives say that Avatar: The Way of Water is not suitable for audiences in the country. I don't know. It's not saying that it was banned or anything like that. James Cameron says he'll give up if Avatar 2 flops. This was from 2 months ago. He says he'll stop developing Avatar sequels if the next one does not do sufficiently well at the box office. Does he define sufficiently well? No, it doesn't seem to. Okay. I'm not a giant freaking robot. I've never seen this site before. I just happened to find it. Hasn't the weather played a huge role on the movie ticket sales? I mean, yeah, probably, but let's see here. Oh, why am I on HUD? Jesus Christ. Yeah, I don't know why I'm on that. That's, oh, Jesus. Okay. You know what? Let's, what'll help this? Some Ape radio. I'm gonna play out Ape radio. That's what I was gonna say. If it's here, if it's on, where are they? Spaces details not available. Where the hell is it? Oh, up. It appeared for a second. Must not. It must be offline. Must be off air. I mean, they're off air. I think we should establish just a permanent Twitter space. And I guess if there's nobody there, just have a bot playing music or something, reading text to speech of news articles or something. Stock prices. So boy, this is some cringe ass shit. Oh my God. This is some cringy fucking shit. All right. Well. Snoopy123. Hello, everyone. In Germany, we have a YouTuber who has a 5-figure investment. And he has sell orders at 2,000, 5,000, and a few he leaves for the high numbers. Is it one of the ones that comes up in the when I search for AMC? Sometimes I see German results pop in here. But change the language here. No. Freaking YouTube, Google. Of course, now it's not. Hey, yesterday. APE radio. AMC at risk of new CEO. Oh, is it? Oh, so it's not. No APE radio. Yeah, no APE radio is off the air. Is it this one right here? Actian News. Oh, AppCap FX. Oh. Now, this is funny because I took 1 year of German, and I'm a Latin French guy. That's what I took the most of. So it was quite a shock. And that's why I only took 1 year. But it's fascinating. And anyway, we've watched, I think it was a German video, or maybe I think it was a German video before, because I wanted to see, you know, what was being said in other places. And the German ones were the only ones I think that came up just in my general search. So, yeah, why not? Now I got to set this up here. Typical dumb American. There we go. There we go. I'm sure it's going to be terrible, but I can understand.
Hallo und herzlich willkommen zu einem neuen Video von mir. Ihr wisst es, ich bin kein Anleger oder Finanzberater und habe natürlich auch keine Glaskugel vor mir stehen. Ich hoffe, ihr habt erstmal alle schön Heiligabend überstanden. Gestern der Feiertag und heute noch den Feiertag. Ich habe später noch eine kleine Familienfeier und dann geht's morgen wieder in aller Frische weiter. Und ich bin wirklich ziemlich erschrocken über die letzten 3-4 Tage. Vor allem, wenn ich noch Kommentare lese in gewissen Gruppen, wo es heißt, ja, Ape, warum versteht ihr es nicht? Das war geschenkt. Der AMC-Kurs hat sich halt einfach nur der Marktlage angepasst. Also ich weiß nicht, wie man überhaupt so einen Kommentar schreiben kann, denn das wäre vielleicht so gewesen, wenn der AMC-Kurs sich dadurch halt nicht halbiert hätte beim Split von AMC zu Ape. Und ja, ziemlich traurig in meinen Augen, vor allem nach so langer Zeit, wo man hier in der dabei ist. Aber, und jetzt kommen wir zu einem Punkt und ich hoffe, dass der ein oder andere es langsam auch versteht, worauf ich die letzten 3 Tage im Prinzip raus möchte. Ich bin absolut dafür, für eine Aktienumwandlung von Ape in AMC. Ich bin aber aktuell, und da versteht mich bitte nicht falsch, zu den aktuellen Fakten, die eben bereitgestellt werden von irgendwelchen Apes oder wo man sich selber informiert hat, bin ich dagegen von einem Reverse Split. Und da komme ich jetzt gleich drauf zu sprechen. Und als erstes möchte ich Aktien-News grüßen. Grüße gehen raus an dich, denn hier
don't listen to anybody else.
Sehr interessanten Kommentar gefunden.
Talk about this, trust me, bro.
User, ich bin für ein Reverse Split. Meiner Meinung nach hat der Reverse Split gleich 2 Vorteile. Wie diverse Broker Fidelity meinten, müsste bei einem Reverse Split die Shorts geschlossen und die Face to Deliver ausgeglichen werden. Aus Kate Strikers, wir kennen sie alle von Twitter. Das würde den Anstieg bei APE die letzten Tage erklären. So, dieser Punkt ist schon mal sehr interessant, denn es wird hier auf einen Chatverlauf
What if APE just fucking crashes tomorrow?
Verwiesen.
What if it just sinks like a fucking rock?
So, es werden keine Gesetzesgrundlagen genannt oder sonst was. Auch von Kate Striker nicht. Der nächste Punkt ist, dass es mittlerweile auch schon Informationen darüber gibt, dass eben das gar nicht so ist, sondern dass dieser Wert der Naked Shorts
bei den
Hedgefonds
Here we go.
stehen kann. Sie müssen halt weiterhin einfach nur die Zinsen für das Ausleihen bezahlen, denn, und jetzt kommen wir zu dem Punkt, diese Naked Shorts haben ja nichts direkt mit der Börse zu tun, sondern das sind ja ausgeliehene Aktien von irgendwelchen Institutionen,
shares borrowed from some institutions,
Finanzunternehmen, und die Verträge
Naked
stehen
Shorts.
ja nur zwischen diesen. Und die haben erstmal nichts mit einem Broker an sich zu tun. Also finde ich sehr interessant, dieser Kommentar hier. Und weiter geht's nämlich. Bei einem höheren Aktienpreis, zum Beispiel 75 € pro Aktie, wäre für AMC ein weiterer Vorteil, da sie gar nicht so viele neue AMC APE-Aktien auf den Markt bringen müssten, um das Kapital zu bekommen. Mit nur 50 Millionen Aktien wären gut 80% der Schulden gedeckt, während Stand heute der Float extrem verwässert werden müsste, um die gleiche Menge zu erhalten. Auch hier absoluter falscher Gedanke, denn wenn es zu einem Reverse Split kommen würde und es gibt nur noch 120 Millionen Aktien und NNR würde 50 Millionen auf den Markt schmeißen, würde das prozentual sogar, ja, vielleicht nicht mehr, aber genauso gleich verwässert werden. Also einige verstehen das immer noch nicht mit diesem 1:10. Egal was, ob APE, ob AMC, ob die Shorts, ob sonst was, alles wird entweder mal oder geteilt durch 10 genommen. Und deswegen, ich finde es wirklich traurig, vor allem wenn man dann hier weiterliest, richtig, wir brauchen zweimal Ja. Sehe ich auch so. Das ist der letzte Step, die FUD wird grenzenlos sein. Falsch. Shorts müssen nicht geschlossen werden. Hier geht es nämlich genau das, was ich sage. APE steigt, weil es möglicherweise 1:1 in AMC
That sounded really cool.
Und deswegen, ich finde es wirklich traurig, vor allem wenn man dann hier weiterliest, richtig, wir brauchen zweimal Ja. Sehe ich auch so. Das ist der letzte Step, die FUD wird grenzenlos sein. Falsch. Shorts müssen nicht geschlossen werden. Hier geht es nämlich genau das, was ich sage. APE-Shorts müssen nicht geschlossen werden. Hier geht es nämlich genau das, was ich sage. APE steigt,
Flashbacks to
1:1 in
2002
wird und falls es zur Umwandlung kommt und so weiter. Und dann wird hier auf diese Screenshot eines Chatverlaufs von einem Callcenter-Agenten oder Callcenter-Mitarbeiter verwiesen. Fidelity schrieb dies eben, da komme ich nämlich gleich auch noch drauf zu sprechen. Und was ich auch schon die letzten Tage gesagt habe, ist, jeder spricht von dem Reverse Split, von der Aktienumwandlung und so weiter. Es ist für uns völlig egal, denn, das habe ich schon vorgestern gesagt, Antara hat mittlerweile eine Beteiligung von 18% durch den Verkauf von AMC an APE-Aktien an Antara. Also das Stimmrecht, was Antara aktuell hat, ist wirklich ordentlich. Und wir Deutschen können nicht mitbestimmen. Die USA kann mitbestimmen, aber da werden auch nicht alle dran teilnehmen. Das heißt, egal ob wir dafür oder dagegen sind, die Entscheidung treffen nicht wir. Die ist eigentlich wahrscheinlich im Hintergrund schon längst getroffen worden. Und auch Frank Nett schreibt hier, was eine umgekehrte Aktiensplit normalerweise für
Looks like a fucking natural gas company
auch wenn ich
website.
Kommentare lese,
Swear to
ja,
God.
das wird vielleicht neue Institutionen anlocken, weil
Energy
der Kurs
company.
höher ist. Leute, die viel Geld investieren, also wirklich, sage ich jetzt mal, im Millionenbereich, denen interessiert es nicht, ob eine Aktie 5 oder 10 oder 50 oder 5.000 Dollar wert ist. Denn die machen das nicht nur davon abhängig, sondern die informieren sich, die machen, ja, was weiß ich, was alles für Sachen. Und die brauchen ja nur gucken, wie ist denn AMC und warum ist der Kurs jetzt so gestiegen und was hat sich geändert und nee, da lassen wir lieber die Finger davon. Also eine Aussage zu treffen, dass eben hier oder Institutionen zu investieren, weil ein Aktienpreis höher ist. Also weiß ich nicht. Also, ja. Das heißt ja im Prinzip, man sollte in alle Aktien investieren, die einen hohen Wert haben. Das ist doch totaler Unfug, was aktuell, sage ich mal, vorhanden ist. Und ich will hier überhaupt nicht mich da höher zu investieren, weil ein Aktienpreis höher ist. Also weiß ich nicht. Also, ja. Das heißt ja im Prinzip, man sollte in alle Aktien investieren, die einen hohen Wert haben. Das ist doch totaler Unfug, was aktuell, sage ich mal, vorhanden ist. Und ich will hier überhaupt nicht mich darstellen, dass ich allwissend bin. Überhaupt nicht. Vielleicht liege ich ja total falsch. Und in dieser Sache wäre ich sogar froh, wenn ich falsch liegen würde. Und wir wollen ja alle hier nur richtig groß absagen. Aber, und das ist ein weiterer Punkt, ich habe jetzt, weiß nicht wie oft gehört, Bigums, wenn es so ausgesprochen wird, hat einen großartigen Job gemacht. Also ihr könnt ihn bei YouTube finden. Sehen Sie sich sein Video an, um Klarheit zu bekommen, wenn Sie es nicht verstehen, wie es funktionieren wird und so weiter. Da wird hier eine Zusammenfassung geteilt. Und zwar, der Float geht eben bei der Aktienumwandlung von 515 Millionen auf knapp 1 Milliarde ungefähr. Dann wird es umgerechnet von 1 Milliarde zu 100 Millionen und der Float wird eben kleiner und wird für die Shorts teurer. Auch das
more expensive for the shorts.
Werden? Also auch die Short-Positionen der Hedgefonds, wenn diese nicht gecovert werden müssen, so wie aktuell eben der Stand ist, verringert sich ja auch um das 10-fache. Also der Wert, egal wie man es dreht, bleibt immer gleich und auch für die Hedgefonds bleibt es gleich. Das nächste ist, dann wird hier geschrieben, dass eben, der Preis wird von 6,50 aktuell eben dann auf 65 Dollar pro Aktie gehen. Aron wird dann, hat dann ein Angebot 100 Aktien mal 65 Dollar. Und der Float wird dann bei 200 Millionen sein und wird dann eben im Prinzip die Schulden bezahlen können und hat noch eine Reserve. Ja, natürlich klingt das alles so schön und toll und. Aber jetzt seid mal ehrlich, wenn es so einfach wäre, wenn das der allerletzte Schritt wäre, warum wurde es nicht schon vor 2-3 Monaten gemacht? Das nächste ist, wenn ich das jetzt hier alles lese, die ganzen Kommentare, die ja alle sagen, unbedingt dafür stimmen. Also, wenn ich das dann so lese, könnte ich mir denken, ja gut, dann bestelle ich mir jetzt schon neue Autos, buche eine Weltreise, mache schon beim Notar einen Kaufvertrag für eine dicke Villa und so weiter. Also, ich finde, es ist absolut grob fahrlässig in meinen Augen, dass Aron hier etwas twittert, und da muss ich leider wieder drauf eingehen, grob fahrlässig Informationen rauszugeben, ohne jegliche, wie soll ich es am besten erklären, mit dem Wissen, dass seine Anleger nicht zu 100% wissen, was hier wirklich passiert. Also, man soll für etwas abstimmen, wo man gar nicht weiß, was das für Auswirkungen haben kann. Natürlich kann es positiv ausgehen. Klar, gar keine Frage. Aber es kann genauso negativ ausgehen. Und was glaubt ihr denn, wenn der Kurs sagen wir mal beim Reverse Split bei 60, 70 oder auch 100 Dollar steht? Glaubt ihr, dass die Hedgefonds sich denken, ja gut, die Sache ist jetzt erledigt, wir lassen jetzt AMC in Ruhe? Nein. Sie werden genauso
nein.
Und auch auf die Nachricht, ja, was sollen wir denn sonst machen? Also ich finde es
for real. Like, why then? Yeah.
Wieder ein bisschen interessanter.
There's so many layers that are just so fucked up here.
Warum hat's Adam Aron dann nicht schon lange gemacht? Also,
here's my prediction.
Preis, wo vielleicht Ape noch bei $3
I don't give predictions,
war oder bei $4 war. Oder.
Here's what's going to happen, I think.
Das sind Wunschgedanken.
It's going to end up
habe ich natürlich auch.
at
Ich stelle mir
$2,
auch
$3.
vor, was wäre
At the
denn?
end of the day,
Aber so ist es nun leider an der Börse nicht.
all this shit's going to happen, and it's going to end up being the same fucking price
schon,
or lower.
Ja, wurde schon bestimmt.
Because at the end of the day, all this bullshit, trickery with the float, all this stuff, it doesn't change the underlying fundamentals.
Das ist bereits entschieden. Und der nächste Punkt ist, die Verwässerung, egal ob man jetzt 4 Milliarden auf den Markt schmeißt oder später 400 Millionen, prozentual bleibt das immer gleich. Und wie gesagt,
market's going to price it efficiently where it belongs.
Sollte
That's all I'm saying.
alles jetzt so perfekt sein, warum hat es dann Adam Aron jetzt nicht schon vorher gemacht? Oder 2-3 Monate vorher gemacht? Also, ich finde es sehr, sehr, sehr grenzwertig, was aktuell
$6 on a combined equity.
Ja, einige sind dafür, einige sind dagegen.
Seems about right.
Darüber gesprochen, die Community spaltet sich. Ja,
ist
doch klar. Warum? Weil eben hier etwas mitgeteilt wird, eine Abstimmung könnte gemacht werden, ohne dass man weiß, was zu tun ist. Wie oft lese ich, soll ich jetzt Ape kaufen, soll ich jetzt AMC kaufen? Also das ist doch schon die grundsätzliche Frage, die eigentlich schon gar keiner beantworten kann. Soll man jetzt Ape kaufen, weil es günstiger ist, weil es vielleicht eine Aktienumwandlung wiedergibt? Kann sein, aber was ist denn, wenn jetzt alle Ape kaufen und nächste Woche fällt Ape wieder runter auf 66 Cent oder 60 Cent oder ist ja auch egal oder sogar noch tiefer, 50 Cent. Dann ist wieder das groß. Also ich erwarte hier aktuell, dass Adam Aron sich äußert und wirklich mehr zur Aufklärung beiträgt, indem eben die
clarification is going to have the opposite effect, I would think.
Eine Abstimmung ist gut, klar. Jeder kann dann selber für sich entscheiden, wie es ist. Obwohl, wie gesagt, die Abstimmung ist unrelevant. Es ist schon bestätigt, was eben im Prinzip passiert. Also auch selbst so ein Video ohne jegliche Quellenangabe. Und das ist ja, was mich auch wundert. Sonst wird immer gesagt, Alex, wo ist die Quelle? Quellenangabe nicht benannt und so weiter. Und plötzlich werden hier irgendwelche Screenshots gezeigt von einem Callcenter-Agenten, von einem Word-Dokument. Und das soll plötzlich diese Quelle sein, die sagt, wir werden jetzt alle reich. Also schön wär's ja, gar keine Frage. Und das wird wahrscheinlich von einigen so falsch aufgefasst. Die sagen, Alex, seit ein paar Tagen bist du so negativ. Ich bin nicht negativ vom Kurs her. Versteht das doch bitte. Ich bin negativ eingestellt über die aktuelle Situation, dass hier im Prinzip eben etwas abgestimmt werden soll, ohne dass jemand wirklich weiß, was passiert. Und dann ist doch klar, dass diese Besorgnis vorhanden ist. Was soll ich kaufen? Ape oder AMC? Was
it should be voted on by people who understand what they're voting on.
Das Video an oder das Video an oder dies oder jenes. Man ist sich unsicher.
Oh, sex find info. Cool. I was trying to remember what that site was.
YouTube-Video macht, sondern weil Adam Aron eben nicht direkt sagt, was könnte passieren. Und Adam Aron kann falsch liegen. Ja, das kann möglich sein. Er kann natürlich auch der absolute Megagott sein und genau das Richtige machen. Aber wenn ich immer höre, könnte, kann, müsste, ja, das ist in unserer aktuellen Situation natürlich nicht so cool, denn wenn ich dann auch weiterlese und höre, also ich habe hier, sobald mein Einstiegskurs erreicht ist, verkaufe ich, genau das ist nämlich dieser Punkt.
Genau
dieser Punkt, diese Besorgnis, wie geht es weiter? Und
I think Frankie Mohammed said earlier
und das wären nicht nur 5
in a video
das wären viel, viel mehr Leute machen. Und Das ist in meinen Augen aktuell.
If apes don't get their, you know, generational wealth or whatever, they're not going to take it lying down or something like that, that they will react.
Immer noch keine Grundlage, kein Gesetz.
They won't react well or something. They should just sell all their fucking shares.
Ticker eine Aktie gecovert
I mean,
werden
for
muss.
being honest here,
Wäre auch in meinen
I'm not telling anybody to do that, but that would be.
Das so zu diesem Thema. Und genau das ist nämlich hier dieser Screenshot. Hier wurde ein Screenshot von
I would be impressed if actually if they did that.
Ja, natürlich kann man darauf verweisen.
The apes colluded to sell same goddamn time.
SEC-Mitarbeiter, das ist kein Hedgefonds, sondern das ist ein Callcenter-Agent, der, naja, vielleicht kennen ja viele von
And they all actually did, which
was weiß ich, Telekom oder sonst was im Live-Chat spricht oder mit denen telefoniert. Du bist irgendwo in, was weiß ich, in der
But I mean, they also are spiteful.
Gar keinen Plan habt oder
like they're malicious
ruft mal
and
von einem
entitled.
Reisebüro das Callcenter an, da landet ihr sonst wo in irgendeinem Land. Also, und das soll jetzt der Beweis sein, dass hier gecovert werden muss? Sorry. Also dafür, dass jetzt 2 Jahre lang hier immer wieder drauf gepocht worden ist, wo ist die Quelle, wo ist das Gesetz, wo ist das, wird plötzlich alle verlassen sich auf die Aussage von diesem Bigums, der eben einfach nur sagt und eine Zeichnung macht, ja, so müsste es sein und so sollte es sein und da habe ich die Informationen her und Fidelity hat das
makes a
gesagt,
drawing
und
more like
so weiter
it's
und so
chicken
weiter.
scratches. It's
Und bitte,
ridiculous.
Leute, versteht mich nicht falsch.
It
Ich
means
bin
nothing.
absolut pro AMC. Die mich die mich länger verfolgen, wissen, ich habe hier auch, wenn man mal davon ausgeht, vor über 2 Jahren habe ich gesagt, ich investiere nur 400 € und mittlerweile bin ich wirklich 5-stellig hier wirklich investiert.
5 digits.
Dass ich irgendwie negativ allem eingestellt bin, überhaupt nicht. Nur in einer gewissen Zeit entwickelt man sich weiter, ist man vielleicht auch ein bisschen vorsichtiger und entwickelt auch eine Skepsis gegenüber gewissen Aussagen. Und ich glaube, das sollte jeder sagen, es so sein, denn egal, was ja in den letzten 2 Jahren passiert ist, jetzt mal ganz ehrlich, oder nehmen wir das letzte Jahr, egal, was für News kamen, für positive News, egal, worüber wir auf was für ein Datum wir gewartet haben, egal was. Und da bin ich mal gespannt, ob mir irgendeiner ein Gegenteil beweisen kann oder zeigen kann. Egal was für News waren, es ging nie auf. Nie ging das auf, was man erwartet hat. Und jetzt soll hier plötzlich das eintreffen, worauf wir 2 Jahre warten. Weiß nicht, da bin ich einfach schon zu lange dabei, um hier wirklich Realist zu sein. Wie gesagt, ich würde mich freuen, wenn ich total falsch liege. Gar keine Frage, aber das hier, das jetzt das ultimative Schachmatt-Ding sein soll, da bin ich eben einfach noch skeptisch gegenüber. Also, vielen Dank euch. Vielleicht versteht es der ein oder andere jetzt endlich. Und ich hoffe, wir hören uns zum nächsten Video wieder.
Sorry. This is the Google's Translate. It's not so intelligent to do a 1 to 10 split. Sorry. Since I then have fewer shares in my portfolio and so have less of the MOAS. So I'd rather have 26,000 pieces times $1,000 rather than 2,600 times 1,000. Yeah, I had the mute on. So I guess it's a worldwide phenomenon, right? Where the hell is Ape Radio? You know, Jesus. I need my Ape Radio. I got hooked on it last couple days. God damn it. Ape Radio is now FUD Radio. Oh, is that what it is now? God dang it. I mean, is there real? That would be FUD Radio. Rare FUD Radio. Yeah, I'll see you guys over on FUD Radio, Twitter Spaces, right? Fuck. So is there a way to see all the spaces on here? All right. Twitter is a piece of shit. Let's have a platform where you can do some things you can only do on mobile, and you can't do on desktop. That's cool. Oh, here's one. AMC The Math 1. Look on my phone. There it is. 167 in the space. I'm going in. I don't. Vonnie. Oh, that was one of the. Yeah. Okay. I recognize these names. They won't. Nobody knows who I am. I'm not talking, so I'm just listening and laughing. Anyway, I can't because I'm on the desktop.
We all wondered,
Retarded.
what's a better investment? Was it APE? Was it AMC? Now, I think I couldn't tell you the difference. I still can't tell you the difference, but given the news, I think APE would have been a better investment. I tried to buy it. My brokerage stopped me from buying it. Maybe I had to buy it like
God bless them.
Whatever.
You know, really.
But
they did you solid.
It's like, guys, there's all these things unfolding. They're unraveling, and people just, you know, when APE was issued, nobody knew what the hell to do. APE, to me, my average is somewhere around $7. That's facts, right? Do I regret it? No, because I own that much more AMC now. If there's a conversion, right?
Jesus.
So be
okay.
it. But nonetheless, these are uncharted freaking waters,
Unprecedented. Yep.
Exactly. And
they are blazing.
We do our best, and we're trying to guide each other because, you know, we all stand shoulder to shoulder, and you know, we only know as much as we know.
Okay, I want to read you guys something from I think this was when he released more APE. No, maybe it was from the initial one. And then we're going to get to Xena, Toby, and Micropenis. But I just want to read this quickly first. He said, some of our retail, this was in the filing, some of our retail investors have referred to themselves as apes on social media and other forums. Our ape ticker symbol, although an acronym for AMC Preferred Equity Unit, is also a reference to this stockholder base
who has in the past been perceived as having supported AMC. Self-proclaimed apes are widely viewed as playing a significant role in the market dynamics that have resulted in substantial increases in volatility in the market price of AMC. He would not be doing what he's doing. He would not be going to movie theaters for moviegoers. He's going to movie theaters for his investors, for his retail base. He's going for all of these tours, and all of these tweets that he's sending is for you guys. So when people are questioning his integrity, he has far, far more to lose with us if he's leading us astray than anyone. And he respects all of us. I see it in his tweets. He acknowledges us. I don't think we're getting played by him one bit. So I just keep learning, keep your knowledge strong, and just this whole weekend, it's a stressful weekend with Christmas and all of the stuff that's going on. 8Ks, we had 3 of them last week. We haven't had 3 8Ks in a week ever that I can remember. It's all happening, and it's now, and the FUD and the attacks are hard and strong, more so than ever. Xtina, what you got, hun?
Hi, Bonnie. Chris, everybody that's up here. So what's up? So I was just touching back on what you were saying, Bonnie, about how people keep going back to like, we're not having a lot of shares, like our shares, like we're gonna have less shares. And I wish that there was more explanation of that. Like, I understand it, I get it. At first it's like, what? You hear, I'm gonna have how many less shares? But then I think Elmo and I think Matt's been trying to explain to us like how you break it down percentage wise. Can you guys touch base a little bit more on that? Because I think that's where there's a lot of misconception when it comes to that part of it. Absolutely. And I know you did talk a little bit on it, Bonnie, or Chris or somebody can kind of like just to kind of
is if there is a reverse split, we're going to have 1.4 billion shares, right, on the conversion. So he said this in an interview now. He's already spoken to people after the announcement at a movie theater. There is video of it. He said, we're going to have roughly 1.4 billion shares. I don't know the exact number off the top of head, but I can tell it's about 1.4 billion. We will when we convert and we do the reverse split, we'll have about 140 million, which will lend an extreme amount of power to each individual share you hold from that point on. And they were like, oh, okay. That's where the video ends, basically. The person says, thank you for the information. They don't have a follow-up question. But that's the thing, is you have right now, take the math and look at the market.
Here's the math. You can have 4 quarters on $1 of equity, or you can have a shit ton of dimes and nickels of the same equity percent.
Correct. You could even have pennies. But that's the whole thing, is by controlling it in a larger quantity, they would have to short a $50 or $60 share, which have immediate price impact. Now, remember, if there's an actual a rebuttal to that short position, if someone buys into that sell pressure, it's extremely hard to short over and over and over again $140 million float, because now you're looking at this and the sharks are sitting on the sideline going, they're 30 million short on 140 million share float.
Another point I want to make. Sorry,
institutions can come in and gobble up some shares little by little by little by little, and the next thing you know, before that short seller knows it, someone makes a massive purchase and they control the entire float or half the float of an entire company. And they're like, well, you were selling it for $25 a share when it was a $50 share 2 months ago. So like, what did you expect me to do? You gave me a 50% discount on a company that was already probably 50% off. You gave me a 75. So now, yes, it sucks for us because in time, people like us, we don't get to go out tomorrow and sit on a boat and wait for all this shit to happen, right? We don't get to go sit on the beach. We don't get to fuck supermodels or fucking, ride around.
Well, hang on a second. Heather's pretty hot, Chris.
Speak for yourself.
Let's come on. Yeah, like
Wait. Let me finish my statement. We don't. I guess what I'm saying is we don't get to fucking live super luxurious lives, 5-star hotels, everyone waiting on us. We have to work for a living. We have to grind for a living. So every fucking passing minute seems like an eternity when you're in this investment. But for institutions, institutions can sit in this play for 3, 4, 5 years and be like, oh yeah, you remember that AMC play? Yeah, that thing finally played off. Let's take our money out of that. We got our alert on it. It went up 800% in the last couple hours. What was our exit price again? Let's have a couple guys sit down in a boardroom, take a look at the fundamentals of the companies, see if it's justified, what's going on with it. Okay, we're selling this shit and we're getting out. That's how they think. They don't even pay attention. Once they see a good price, they're in. And that's what happened with APE. They were like, yo, dude, it's 68 cents. Let's buy 100 million shares, vote for the conversion, and guess what? They're specifically in it for the squeeze. They bought it for the squeeze, guys. They bought it because they knew they would get the conversion, and they knew that people.
You know, this Morant's guy. Morant's rants. I'm driving, I got things to do, and I pull over just after watching his last video. Well, not watching it because I'm driving, listening to it. And remember, I'm Oliver's papa. I'm a podcaster. I'm not a YouTuber. I have a face for podcasting. My teeth, my nose, I'm messed up. Anyway, back to Morant's rants. He just did a piece that included Scavenger, Tony DeNaro. You know the crowd. Here's the deal. These guys are calling this a golden ticket. That's what got a lot of people in trouble in the first place. So Tony DeNaro, is that your name? I don't know if I'm saying your name right. Okay? How's that? Because there is no such thing as a golden ticket in the stock market unless you have insider information, unless there's no sure things. Okay? Taxes and death are the sure things. Now, if you don't think that we're on the precipice, when I say we, I still have 45 shares of AMC. Not a lot, I know. It's easy for me to be flippant about it when I don't have much left in the company, because I sold some at 72, and then a couple months back I sold some more, and then I sold some more, and I've been stockpiling GME. For transparency, that's why I'm telling you this. Mr. DeNaro calling it a golden ticket. Scavenger talking about positivity, and we don't want any negativity. This is not the place for new age woo. Money is not part of it. I'm going to make an observation. I want y'all to tell me if it's true, if I'm onto something. When these YouTubers, when these guys with the Star Wars figures in the background and the little sets and everything, when you go into a brokerage house, you go to a financial institution, there's a reason why they don't have any of that shit. When you go in there, they don't talk about their relatives who may have passed, which I don't mean any disrespect to anyone who's recently has, but they don't. Let's use Trey as an example. That's old enough news. That the eye and the fucking heart condition and the stories about his pops and all this other stuff. You don't mix heartstrings and money, but these guys do. They do. They're appealing to your sensitivities so you can get hooked on watching them, and then they use these. Oh, I'd say provocative, but these real dramatic intros and all this shit. It's all designed to suck you in to get views. Now, Morant's Rants is not a. You know, he's got the American flag. He's got the GameStop thing. He is what he is. He is what he says he is. So what? You know, if anybody's gonna bash him, all the people that fucking sent me messages, all 10 of them. Nobody watches my channel, but 10 people. You know, basically saying, you don't know what you're talking about. I forgot more about trading than some of you will ever know. I'm not going to even back that up. I'm just going to say it because it sounds good. Bless you. Here's the thing, though, guys. Listen. If you don't think that Adam Aron will pull a fucking rug out from under you, then I would get out of this play right now. You're going to get your feelings hurt. He doesn't care if this thing squeezes or not. How come not one board member owns a fucking share of AMC? But GameStop board members, they're buying GME. I think some of them may have, and a lot of them are already very wildly successful. Some of them are saying, you know what, no pay. Give me this quarter's pay, or however they get paid. Give me that to me in shares. Because they're building something there. AMC with the credit card and the popcorn and the fucking t-shirts and all of that shit. It's not real. How much money is generated by that? The popcorn, that remains to be seen. But the credit card, the NFTs, the taking crypto, all of that, because I'm listening to my investors, I'm a man of my word. Man, let me tell you something. There is yet to be a person born that will understand every move that goes through a CEO's head. And why there's a reason why a lot of these CEOs, some of them, you know, let's use Cohen as an example. Do you think that guy, do you think much gets past him? Do you think that when he's thinking about investments or when he's thinking about company? So my point being, again, these fucking YouTubers and blowing sunlight up your ass, telling you everything's going to be okay. This is a golden ticket. Adam Aron's a man of integrity. They don't want to hear any kind of contrarian point of view. That's bad. That's a bad sign. And you're listening to them. Where's fucking Trey right now with his millions? Where is he? Huh? Where is he? He took off. You know why? Because I think that some of what we saw in the beginning was genuine. I think I think his conscience got to him a little bit. Maybe the feds did. Something did. You know? No heartwarming stories about pops in the eye and the heart once he made that money. Matt Kohrs would sell his ass on Broadway if he thought he could make some money. Bless you. So, do yourself a favor, walk over to Morant's Rants, knock on the door, have a little cup of coffee and talk to him, and check out his videos on fundamentals, which now AMC is apparently a fundamental play. It wasn't, it used to be. Find out about Hycroft mining. Find out how close Adam Aron has went to. He has skirted. He wouldn't say that because he'd be held responsible. You can say a lot of things in business and in this country if you have the right lawyer to advise you what you can and cannot say. You can say that because you didn't know what was going to happen. Is one thing that you'll hear attorneys say all the time. In the world of business, I'm sure that's a bit different. But the point being, stop listening to these guys. Think about what you're doing. There is not going to be a squeeze. Now, AMC, maybe we're going to run. Okay, we'll run. If you think there's a squeeze happening still, you're out of your mind. And even though GME is a fundamental play to Mr. Morant's, I think that they can squeeze. I don't think we know half of it. I think that they can squeeze. I don't think we know half of it. GME was always the play. AMC was cheaper. AMC was oversold. AMC had its run. Billions of billions and billions and billions of synthetic shares, if they do exist, are never going to be bought back. I hate to fucking break it to you, but AMC is not going to become the most expensive company in the world because these guys have to buy their shit back. Good luck, everybody.
That's why they were able to do what they were able to do, and that's why the math that we have here is like literally. And then you take it beyond the denied delivery. I personally believe that no ape was actually absolutely delivered. That's my personal belief. No ape was actually delivered at all.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. You were saying that earlier, Nachi, over in David's space, and I think you're absolutely right. I think that's why the FTDs showed so high. And I'm gonna stop talking now. I know.
Can we go to micro?
No, got it. We're good.
Can we go to micro P?
Of course. I think Toby was still talking though.
Oh, Toby, were you done? Sorry.
But,
Oh, you had to.
well, yeah, I'm not real fond of a reverse split. I mean, I didn't like the way that, and it is what it is. I mean, I'm not saying anything bad. I mean, who knows what's going to happen.
Hey, Toby, if I may, I think the reason for the reverse split is for dilution purposes. He's going to dilute the 140 million.
Well, I understand that, Chris, but this is my thing. Look, I've seen a lot of reverse splits, okay? And look, I hope it works well. I really do. And I mean, there's nobody can tell me for sure they know what's going to happen. But like I've said, I've been doing this stuff for 20 years. I've seen reverse splits and I've seen what happened with them, okay? So my
Toby,
deal
I don't
with
think we're
it
even
is,
going to get to a reverse split, but that's my opinion.
well, and I hope you're right, Nazi.
Yeah.
I hope you're right. I mean, it's already.
Hang on, guys. Hang on. Let Toby finish. Go ahead, Toby.
It's already showing that, and I hope it keeps going that way. But in a sense, just like when he done the APE, and I mean, there's a bunch of controversy about that. And then the part I didn't like what he did with APE or the brokers, whomever done it. Okay, you done a 1-for-100 split. On my terms, the way I look at it, this should have been at 19 cents a share. They done a 40%, 60-40, whatever. Okay, I didn't like that. I didn't care for it. I don't think, because personally, if you'd have given me this at 19 cents a share, guess what? They wouldn't have shorted APE. Okay, you wouldn't have had all of this stuff going on, and it'd have been over with. My deal, when you give them this kind of money, just like when you do a reverse split, okay, you put more money on the table, and hey, who knows if they're gonna short it anymore? I don't know. There is possibilities that it can be done when you bring it up with that kind of higher price. I've seen it many times over. And, I'm just saying that's the way I feel about it. I hope it works out like you say, Nazi, that it doesn't get to that point. And, only time will tell with all of this.
I hear you, Toby, and I've seen a lot of them as well. And that's why that combined with the conversion is what, gets me excited about things that are going on, because we've never had it with the conversion.
This has never happened in history. You've never had a stock in this play, Toby. Like, I understand you've been around. Never in history have we had a stock that was halted 12 times, withheld. Like, never in a preferred equity stock that traded 9 times separation to its common. Like, we've had so many different things, and then never in history we know that there's naked where they've been in a conversion event with the reverse split. I do hear you, brother. I actually am not a big fan. I hate equities in general. Yeah, I hate equities in general.
Not only that, look at what they just done to MTLP.
Okay. Yeah, that's right, baby.
That's
like,
never done.
I hate equities in general. I've said I'm not like many of you are more versed in equities than I am.
This is the things that they're doing out there that they're going above the law and beyond. Who knows what they're going to do with this? You know what I'm saying? And
Hey,
that's
Toby.
my concern, is like all of the things that they've done so much over the last 2 years.
I got you, bro.
Hang on, Fafa.
Yeah.
Micro P was next because he did have his
Well,
hand up.
I just want to bring something up that Toby had touched on, that because Toby's experience is similar to mine, and I've seen, like you said, the reverse splits. A lot of them are mostly because of like meeting requirements. But I've seen a couple that weren't, and they've been pretty successful because they had fundamentals behind them. So I'm kind of just wondering, if you've noticed that too.
Never
Because
seen one, bro, on a 100-year-old company.
Yes.
Most of those companies that have been reverse splits were in survival mode. They did not have.
Except
they were
for
concierge
GE.
services companies. Except which one?
GE.
Give me a.
Yeah, GE Capital.
General
GE
Electric?
is
Yeah.
General Electric. That was one you can actually give me an example, but I can tell you the fundamentals were inverted to what they were actually exposed to. There was way more debt exposure than they actually, and warranted debt. You want to look at warrant debt? That company was saturated with it. So yeah, I guess that's a fair shake. But most of them,
I'm not. That's why I'm saying, he's
it's
right.
a fair
100%.
shake, and that's fair. But most of them have been pink sheeted, like off exchange, or barely hanging on to their NASDAQ survival, or SPACs, or things that were actually, so we've never seen this, like this type of legitimate company that's got curing revenue and fundamentals headed in the right direction with business units opening. But the reason why, Toby, I think that this is why I have an opinion. It is an opinion that when if you're going to play chess and you're going to say checkmate, your Harvard guy that's 15 years brethren to our biggest enemy, Kenny G, which is, I believe, our squeeze pony, not Adam Aron. Adam Aron was just providing the vehicle to curing business. Actually, the illegal the irony of this whole thing, the illegal fraud is what pays people that hopefully we actually make corrections with the money. We do good things with the money. But my opinion is that at the end of the year, if you were playing chess and you knew that they didn't put their beneficiary files in, like literally their vote beneficiary files, meaning their true identified real shares, and they didn't file and they skipped over that filing, and then you added APE, and now they have to make a like posturing dance, like circus dance with each other. What are they going to do all the way to the end of the year? Are they really going to take that risk? Because it's huge exposure for them right now, and that's what I'm counting on, is really this end of the year explosion. And if I'm wrong, like what I'm posting in tweet, I'm standing behind it. I see the money yielding in a direction. We'll see, but that's my opinion.
I agree with you on that, Naj, because I really feel like, the things that he's doing is really fucking with them. It's just like he gave him the APE shares and he says, okay, when you play chess, I play a lot of chess myself, okay? So when you play chess, you put some bait out there and you hope they take the bait. Well, they took the
100.
bait on 8. They took the bait on 8, okay?
It's a bait.
Now they caught in this position, okay? And, he's fixing to play his next move, which is what he's doing. And I feel like I'm hoping for the best. I'm not I'm not saying that it's
I'm hoping that he's saying checkmate, and if this is a chess game, exactly what you said, it's a bait. Like I'm a chess player too, like bait strategy, corner. And if you're moving quick, one thing chess teaches, you're always responsible for the decisions you make in real time. Like fuck, those have huge consequences in real time. If you're going to get to a point of checkmate, your real time decisions have consequences. He made 3 material changes within 1 week. Now I see, because before, to be honest with you, I'm gonna be completely honest, I'm like, checkmate, I'm seeing I know these guys have been around this fucking shit too much, like from a financial perspective and an audit perspective. I'm like, man, I'm seeing too much. But now, like what he's done in the last month in general, now I'm like starting to get things, and which is why I'm tweeting what I'm tweeting now. But appreciate you, Toby, man. Good stuff.
All right, y'all have a good night.
Thanks,
Thank
Toby.
y'all.
Haji, I have a
Hang
question for you.
on, guys. We have hand.
Haji,
No,
I have
Douglas.
a question for you. Yes.
Micro P was next. And then if you guys want to talk, put your hands up. We're going to do it this way. Thank you. Micro P, what you got? Thank you for
I'm
being
just
so
curious.
patient.
Oh, no, no worries. I'm just curious if you think as we approach the vote, is it like out of desperation, do you think shorts would try to smash down APE again to try to shake people? Or do you think it's going to be just volatility and just everywhere?
It's, who knows? I mean, they have to get us to sell our shares before the closure of the APE.
He asked for an opinion.
Yeah.
No, I don't think they're going to be able to smash it as much.
No, he's saying, do you think
I think that we're going to see it run.
like you know what I'm saying? Like, do you think we'll run out of buy like a finance? So like, say they run it up to $5, Nachi, and retail blows their load buying $5 shares, and then they come in short.
I see what you're
try and
saying.
shake us out at like 1 or something like that, or do you think there will be massive volatility on shakeouts? Is what he's asking. And I
think when money betrays itself, when big money goes into a betrayal,
But Chris,
it's so huge, so volatile. Hold on a second, Rick. When it's so big.
Hang on, Rick. Guys, you guys can't do, like, honestly.
We're coasting for, so when there's big money betraying itself, big money that will go to betray. If we do see a true betrayal, meaning I actually see a detachment. And when I say betrayal, like look at my math, it's big shorty divided by big banks. So like the margin that they're hitched like equals money betraying itself. Like this is what I'm talking about. Like money runs away from itself with their own making mark, their own ability to make marks. And that's what it won't matter. This is not something that's going to be settled by retail money causing that direction, because we are under compression of an ulterior state. But when matters must settle accordingly, and when banks get to a point where, holy shit, you guys are going to go to the end of the year, you can't, now there's a preferred equity, you can't delay your filings the way you've been fucking failing into the exchange, because they've been failing into the exchange. You have to understand the exchange plays a very important part in this whole thing. The short sale exemption is the reason why I daily remind Lynn Martin about my ex on her, because the reality, and they've been passing new chairmen over the NYC every 2 years, like they can run and hide with this shit. But I'm telling you, the exchange is that middleman area where this is where we have to see complete exposure. And is the exchange going to want to rip itself apart? This is so bad it will rip itself apart if they actually don't yield to the pressure at the end of the year. It was why he did what he did. So I'm excited about tonight at 7:30. You guys can all fucking say Nachi's full of shit, fuck whatever. If this week isn't as exciting, like, you can put me on the hook. You can say Nachi's a fucking clown. But hey, at the same part, I don't even want you to talk to me. I just want you to say apes are heroes. That's all I want on this. If I'm right, it's not about being right.
What day is tomorrow?
What was that?
What day is tomorrow?
It's tease my cock. Tease. Oh wait, not my cock. Tease.
It's fucking
tease
reckoning.
The cock Tuesday.
It's
and
reckoning.
What is Wednesday?
Tease the cock Tuesday. Get me wet Wednesday.
Okay.
And I'm thick and hard Thursday.
Douglas Nguyen has his hand up. Douglas, I don't know you. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt, and if just go for it. What you got? Don't ask stupid questions.
Yeah, I will not. You guys are all my teachers.
We are not teachers. We are a community of individuals who collectively exchange information.
And yes, correct. Let's say I bought 1,000 share of AMC at $50, and then on August 22nd, I got 1,000 share of APE. So now I have 2,000 share. My initial investment is $50,000. On the reverse split, my 2,000 shares will be 200 shares.
How did you do that math?
Because 2,000 divided by 10 will be 200.
Correct.
But my dollar value goes up $10, 10 times whatever the amount is at that time.
Correct.
Now, all of a sudden, because of that 10-to-1 split, 90% of the buying pressure will be taken out of, because 9 shares that I pay at 50 that they drew down.
Wait, you're predicting
$5.
buying pressure, bro? Like how are you predicting buying pressure? I'm sorry. I'm like, how do you know buying pressure is going to be?
Because they're
like, how does
if you bought at 50, you're already down what percentage? So where are you going with this?
Because it's now $5. Is that $5?
Yeah.
But buying pressure has nothing to do with what you just said. Like supply and demand being unchained. Like
they shorted it down. Is the buying pressure the reverse way?
Okay, Douglas, I have a question for you.
Yes.
Okay, so APE was implemented. It became the mirror image of AMC, correct?
Supposedly.
Okay, so if you were short one AMC at the time of APE, you were also short what?
1 APE.
Okay, so since that time, we created a mirror. Everything that was short AMC is now short APE. Now APE has been shorted to oblivion since August.
They let AMC alone. They shorted the shit out of APE.
Let her talk. Let her talk.
Here's my question for you. What do you think is going to happen to APE if the threat of a conversion is? What happens if it converts? What do the shorts have to do if it converts back to AMC?
They will kill 9 share.
No.
Because the reverse split.
Douglas, what happens to all of the shares or the units of APE if we're converting back to AMC? What do the shorts have to do? If we're going back to AMC and APE was shorted since August, and all of the shorts on AMC were mirrored into APE, they have to close their position. So what's that going to do when they have to close their positions to the price of APE? So don't come in here and talk about, whoa, I'm down so much and I'm only going to have X, and I knew you were going to do this, and I'm going to remove you from speakers now. Thank you. Next.
Wow, you actually literally called everything he said.
Dude, like I've been here for 2
text me.
years.
You text me the entire conversation. You're like, are you bringing him up for speaker? And I said, yeah, why not? And you're like, this is exactly what he's going to say, and he's just going to see.
Are you serious?
This is going.
She did that?
Like going
She's
to a
super
bar
good
with
at that.
He's like, yeah,
boys. Like,
she's
I'm sorry, guys.
She's good at that.
You all
She's
are
good at a
so
lot of things. She's
predictable.
good at putting braids in her hair. She's really good at braiding her hair. And
I'm
she's
good at
good.
braiding my hair.
She's good at a lot of things. That was
Rick,
good.
what's up, honey?
That was super good.
I just wanted to poke fun at Nachi. Go Niners, but I still love you. Even though
Really?
you're
Niners? Niners?
Let's go.
Yeah, the Rams suck. He was right. He was right.
I had to change the sentiment of the whole room.
Next.
But
what's up, Sue?
What's up, guys? Hope everybody had a good Christmas, good weekend. The only thing I got to say is I've sat back and listened because I've had the opportunity without being able to talk for 2 days.
Me too.
Here we go.
And my opinion has not
Can we
changed.
make it 5 days? Can we make it 3 days?
Fuck
So, Ray,
you, man.
did you notice how good Nachi did yesterday?
Yes, I was impressed.
Very impressed, right? He got so many DMs. Get in here, get in here, get in here. And he's texting me. He's like, not going in. I'm with my fucking family. I'm like, they'll be okay. They will survive. It's okay.
All I got to say is nothing I have thought and nothing I believe has changed. And we've got a whole bunch of arguments going on with a bunch of people that I'm not saying who I think's misdirected, or they're adding equations to 1 + 1 before they put the equal sign in. So, in my opinion, nobody's changed my mind. Nobody's swayed me any direction. So it's a bunch of time being wasted on trying to change someone's mind instead of, if you don't believe the way I believe, goddamn, oh, fuck.
Well, that's why we're having
You know how passionate I am if I just said that, because I hate that. That's my pet peeve.
Yeah.
People are getting upset with people that they shouldn't get upset with
family.
because they're not. Yeah. So they came over, they argued, you still feed them, you still have a drink with them, you still play a game of pool, and you still go home happy with each other. Let some of this crap go. God bless, guys.
The problem here is we had an entire room full of YouTubers come in and say that APE was worthless and you should sell your APE, and it was a bad whatever investment. And guess what, dude? Now it looks like APE is going to have to be forced closed if you're short.
And if you actually look at the filings, the institutions have been loading up on APE since they've been crying, screaming at us to sell them.
Exactly.
Well, why are the YouTubers screaming at us to sell, and then institutions are loading up on them? Like, read the filings.
Yes, exactly.
Because people are getting misdirected and looking at side stuff and hearing side stuff, and they're not paying attention to why. You couldn't have changed my mind 13 months ago, so you're not going to change my mind now.
I think that's the thing, though, Sue, is that for the people who are sitting there on the fence going like, there are people literally asking me in my DMs, so that if APE is going to be worth more and AMC is going to be worth less, should I sell my AMC and just buy all the APE? And I'm like, no, dude. Why would you do that? And he's like, well, because so-and-so told me that it's just going to be 1 for 1 and they're going to be, you're just going to average the shares together. And I'm like, no, that's not how a 1-to-1 works, dude. That's not how it works. Like, and people are like, well,
exactly.
So now
I sent Vonnie.
So now I've got people asking me if they should sell the more expensive one to buy the cheaper one because they believe that they're somehow going to get like a magic increase in price, and the other share is going to get a magic decrease in price. Like, dude, no, that's not how that works, man. You're not, AMC is not suddenly going to be worth 50 cents less, and APE is going to be worth 50 cents more on the conversion date. And they're going to rob the AMC shareholders of 50 cents and give it to the APE shareholders. That's not how that works, guys. The math is simple.
Hey, Soika.
Yeah.
Can I, sorry to stop you, but I want to clarify that too, because I'm a little bit dumb on this. So, like, I don't think about it, amount of, like, how much it'll be worth. I think about the number of shares you can have.
Yeah, exactly.
1-1.
Like, because I mean, you could sell, like, and I'm not suggesting anybody do anything, and I'm not doing it because I just can't. My heart can't part with an AMC. But you know, if you know, it has crossed my mind. If I sold AMC for, you know, for whatever, then I could get twice as many shares in APE, and I feel like they're going to be the same worth anyway.
Well, that's
no wrong.
They won't, but Christina, they will not be the same worth. APE will squeeze before AMC. They are forced to close their short position.
Sorry, I said it wrong at the end. I apologize. Sorry, I would have more shares to squeeze first. That is what I should have said.
Okay, so and then here's the thing though, is if you start to close your AMC position at the AMC, if everyone starts selling their AMC, the AMC squeeze will end, but the APE squeeze will not. The key is to hold both so that you can squeeze both.
Right.
So AMC, if you sell your AMC, you will close your AMC position, and the people who shorted it down from 72 to 5 will close their positions and make that money. If you keep that position held and continue to purchase APE with your spare money, now you're getting two squeezes, right? And even though you're converting your APE to AMC, the APE is going to inevitably squeeze because we're going to close the APE position. Every single thing will be converted. He's already secured all that, converting vote with all his institutional sales. So he's already made that very clear in his public statements that he sold, and 100 million of those shares are dedicated to one owner, and they're all voting for conversion and for the reverse stock split. The crazy thing, though, is that people believe that one APE will equal one AMC, even if APE is 100 and even if AMC is $1, or if AMC is 100 and APE is $1. And that is not the case. The math is up top. It is exactly as Nachi said. It is an algebra problem, and it is all over the stock market. One APE times X equals AMC. You simply take whatever APE is and multiply that by a specific number, and that will give you one whole share of AMC. That will equal 1. And then you take AMC, which is just 1, and you get that number. So AMC, if APE is 2.5 and AMC is 5, you say APE times 2 equals AMC. And that's 1 equals 1. That is true math at the algebra level. At the collegiate level, that is how they do math, not grade school. This isn't a grade school math problem where they just start, like if you had 10,000 APE and I had 10,000 AMC and your 10,000 APE went to $100 and my 10,000 AMC were worth $5 like it is today, would you be willing to give me $50 of your APE shares so that mine could go to yours? Because that's what they're suggesting out there, and that makes people.
You're talking about supply and demand,
that
and then
makes
arithmetic.
People want
math,
to sell
right?
one and go buy the other. What I'm telling you is that it's important to hold both because both will then squeeze. And AMC, if they're broke when APE squeezes, if AMC squeezes, AMC is it's gonna go to the DTCC, and the printer's just gonna run.
I mean, if you're day trading, if you want to day trade, I mean, we're talking about like people that are day trading or
not doing that,
minute trading something. You can look at something in a microcosm and say, yeah, it was wise for me to sell this or buy this. Like, But this is not like, this is an investment pool of what's best for your long-term results. So long-term investors outdo day traders. 98% of day traders lose. So like if we're talking about like, you want to give me math on day trading, great. Create yourself tax events, create yourself a bunch of shit you got to have to calculate. But 98% will end up losing because the more you move your money in a short-term survivorship bias, you will get absolutely smashed. That's what it's designed to do. Move your money, smash, smash, smash somewhere along the way. It's like trying to sit at a blackjack table for 48 hours and see if you're going to be positive a 5-deck shoe. That's kind of like what day trading is. So, you know, like, this is the element of supply and demand that has been exhausted. I gave you guys the yield math that since like 1990, I calculated this with some friends over a long period of time. Since 2001, there was like, in terms of price discovery, supply demand, pre like 1999, you had like, even pre 2001, you had less than 50%. Then after the 2001 events and beyond that, when we started seeing off exchange repo, now all the way up to 4 or 5%. Supply and demand, true discovery, true valuation, price discovery across the market. That's how much the algorithms have compressed themselves down each other like little spider snakes because they're so caught they can't settle their obligations across, you know, 1,000 major stocks that are absolutely yielding no like fundamentals. GDP was 2.5 times at one fucking ridiculous point. Like, I mean, like we were in a false growth narrative to the point where they had to kill humans to actually correct and slow down the economy that was actually in such a false fucking narrative. And they did have to kill humans, no joke. And we have to kill humans to actually risk mitigate things that are out there. And, you know, we live in a world where definitions of things in supply and demand discovery, where power has come to control that narrative so much so you can hurt kids, you can do all these illegal things and have no consequences. No procedural consequences, no long-term consequences, no obstruction in justice. So we live in a market where FINRA, for the first time in its history, just has this all-day event. It wasn't just part of it, like all day. No other systems were down like forever. Just that particular one. Why? Because you need an unregulated field to move from the fucking disciplined environment to the undisciplined environment so you can decimalize, you can do an Enron gap accounting fucking complete Ponzi sweep of the board. That's what happened to all of you across the board. All of you. And two companies that have gotten too much power than they should ever have, than the clearing of DTCC and FINRA and regulation. Way too much power. They should never have this fucking power in a wholesale market that leads to your investment pool that actually impacts everything that the bigger institutions can do with themselves, which is steal money off of your backs. And that's why I'm saying, at what point you're going to have conversations with these fucking motherfuckers? You think you're going to have a conversation with regulations and people that are put in place? Anybody that thinks that anybody that's involved in that, go ahead. Go ahead, but be honest with how those institutions, those organizations were created and what they were created for. They were created out of the back of a default, because America was default, put in place, the SEC was put in place to guard regulations that impacted banks' best interest on the people's bet. If you're going to let us do this and turn it into a fiat, which is the instrument of debt, go look at what fiat means in Latin. It's a good research for you to do. I'm not even say it here, right? Just go do it. And then look at what happened leading into the regulation environments to do it. You're going to have those conversations with change. They only proactively, retroactively make those changes after the fuck-up's made. So no basic arithmetic can be done in an algebraic environment, where even better, like a trigonometry environment. So if you guys want to do math with my mathematicians that are here, nothing can be done when supply and demand has been squashed, exhausted, and manipulated for the last 25 fucking years in a way that's never done before. And now never done before on a 100-year-old company that's been public for a decade, that has been shorted to the ground since fucking right out of the gate. Go look at it right out of the gate. Bam! Bam. And dude, like, you have no idea at some point, to be naked in public is completely illegal. Like, okay, well, I can get what others are saying. They've been getting away with a lot of this corruption. But in this environment, matters must settle in a way. In true corporate infrastructure, one thing still exists. Your property exists, your right to own property, thank God. And like, that asset, that secured stock is a property. And eventually, your argument of the only reason they bolted onto short-term maturities, which we keep chipping away at, our exposure to debt keeps chipping away when other companies are growing in their debt and other sources. Even companies that are even on the growth narrative side are chipping away, are continuing to grow in their debt. So we are in unprecedented territory. We are uncharted. We are in uncharted waters. I think we are going to see solutions and an exemplified result that's never been done and marked in history before, ever. And so at the same time, like when I say I'm here more than money, because when they actually manage this plan out and some of the many of the hookers and thieves go to survive on, I am not going to let them go to swim another day. There's no way those fucking people need to ever have allowed to even have a pool that has to do with any money ever again around the people's money. And that is the bigger, greater purpose.
Word of the day, exemplified. Straight, you've got your hand up. I like that one. I'm going to use that. Thank you.
Had somebody
You're welcome.
DM me kind of the same question that Christina asked, and my answer to them was, all right, so theoretically, yes, you sell AMC to get more APE, and you believe that you're going to get more AMC in the end, but think about this. What do the hedge funds want you to do to your AMC? They want you to sell your shares so that there are shares available for them to snatch up to cover those FTDs. So why would you want to do that?
Best answer
The thing is, that's why it's funny that people are saying out there that it's going to be a direct one-for-one APE to AMC when it's not. It's not going to be one-to-one in the terms that they think. It's going to be one-to-one in terms of algebra. Like, you need to solve for X. That is how advanced algebra works, and they would never, ever do a true one-to-one and take the value of someone else's share and distribute that into someone else's share. And that is theft, dude. They could never, ever get away with that. That is 100% theft. And they will not equalize. APE and AMC have completely different floats, and they will not be the same equal price upon the split date or on the conversion date. It just won't happen. APE has to close out their short positions. Therefore, if APE is worth more than AMC, you will have to divide APE into AMC shares and distribute those to that shareholder. So if Vani has 5,000 APE and her APE are worth 20 times what an AMC share is, you take her APE, you multiply it by 20, and then you can do a reverse split on those AMC shares. That is how that will work. That is why he has the 5 billion shares in reserve that are also ready to convert, because he cannot do a one-to-one split and take the value of someone else's share and distribute it into someone else's share. You can't take the APE at $3 and give it and take $1 worth of value and take it away from the AMC shareholders. They're completely different securities. You must solve for X. That has been the case in every single conversion of every single financial merger since the dawn of the stock market. I'm sorry, but this is just from experience, man. This is true. This is reality. This is up in the filings, up at the top, where Jade sent us. This has always happened. I've never, ever, ever heard of a true one-to-one ever in my life, because no two floats are the same, and no two prices ever in my life have ever matched. There has never been a company.
But in the basic arithmetic, if you're going to do basic arithmetic the way you can do the basic arithmetic. I'm just saying you can do but that's not how it works when it's in the supply, like we're just talking about the ratio of floats that are separate merging into a collision and then going into a conversion environment on volume existing volume that has not been existing for fucking exhausted volume over time and the relative volume over time. You're talking about a lot of relative math. So I can appreciate people doing basic arithmetic. If I'm going to do basic arithmetic like I was doing with DBG, yeah, you can say that basic arithmetic. But what I'm saying is that you go lit with the environment that has been exhausting volume over time, pegging it for fucking a long ass time on the common, and then naked shorting the preferred completely out of the gate, never delivering it. And those two separate floats plus the separation of the withholding shares that are still there. That's three actually elements, right? You have shares still not converted. You have shares converted, and then you have the common stock. That's actually in essence in a little, like three little mini floats coming to three essence of three things coming together. That's a huge collision going into a lit exchange. So be careful about trying to do any kind of one-to-one math, and that is what algebra means. Is you have volumetric pressure that was relative across relative volume for many days, which you would never see a one-to-one ratio work itself out in that environment. Never marry right. It never marries right. It's like trying to find two different pennies that are the same in a fucking dumpster and like matching them after thousands of pennies have been thrown in the dumpster. You had that much difference of the math fucked up with in our stock market, and in particular our play. So, you know, it's...
But Chris, you've probably been asked this 1,000 times. Is that you in that profile picture?
Yeah, that's me with my head busted.
Okay, no, that's not. That's
after
I
a
was
boxing
going to
match,
say,
actually. Yeah.
looking back from a distance, it looks like, damn.
You should.
What the hell
You
is he
should see
doing
the
with
other.
makeup on his eyebrow?
You should see the other guy.
And then I looked at the profile picture and saw that, and I'm like, what the hell happened?
Yeah, it's no eyebrow, or that's.
He's a professional fighter, dude. He's been in fights.
Whatever.
That's what
I think
happens
it's
when
the
your eye gets
uneven
cut.
surfaces in
That's a
Chicago.
left jab eye cut. That's normal. That's a normal jab eye cut. My eyes have all been cut completely callous like that, and they bleed easy. It's a bleeded, like, snap fucking eye, and that's what happens. It's a great sport. But going back to AMC,
I'm glad I've got a 36-inch reach.
Beautiful.
Hey,
that's a beautiful reach.
math is math. All matters must settle. Checkmate.
Yeah, I think this is really the checkmate move. He knows that
it is.
They're going to panic, and I don't mean this in a mean way, but like the whole 1-to-1 thing was meant to it's a message that's kind of out there, and it can be easily misunderstood. Yeah, I mean they can. Well, again, the shorts can derail the idea and be like, oh, see, you should sell your AMC and jump in on APE. Because here's the thing, guys, it would make perfect sense if I knew that were the case. If I knew right now that APE were going to steal value from AMC, I would sell all my AMC and fuck all of you over and take that money from you guys. I don't give a shit. You're stupid for holding on to your AMC when APE is going to be stealing $1 worth of value from AMC over the next month. But that's not the case. That's not what's going to happen. So don't believe that. That is, don't just think that it's going to eventually equalize. So I sell my AMC, I get my APE. You're going to get a taxable event, which you don't want to do. You're going to lose your 1-year long-term investment, and then APE is going to squeeze. It's going to convert into AMC, and then you're going to be like, shit, I sold my AMC, and I don't get my long-term gains. I got a 35-40% tax now. And that is the shit that the fucking government loves, dude. They want
you to do that.
Yeah,
I personally think, like, again, material changes happen 3 in 1 week. We're gonna see, like, again, like I can't wait till we talk on Friday and do the space, because like what we're voting on today, like they're like, if I'm him, I'm gonna put in other positionary results that actually fuck around more with the disposition of the infrastructure. We were just shared board minutes basically that impact a stock, right? So when you're having board discussions at executive level, and anytime access security, that's when you got to file an 8K, because there was a material discussion and definition around the shareholder stock. And so, you know, that's on the public securities. And so, you know, that's what he's doing. He's fucking around with the yielded money. Like, we could get to a point where we could be in MOAS before even fucking any of this shit happens because of another material definition change, because he continues to keep shorts in the movement, just like he wants to keep us in the discussion in the movement. This is all part of the plan. Like, this when you're playing chess, it's all about bait to go to a particular corner, to slaughter a fucking piece, to go forward. And we're always responsible for those short blip decisions we make, even right now in this microcosm that we're actually discussing right here today on one-to-one ratios that actually have no one-to-one math anywhere in the market right now, period. And so, things are going to get extremely interesting, in my opinion, this week. Again, let's take me to, Tease the Cox Tuesday. What's up, Brett?
He's a master. He's turning their heads into a bowl of ramen noodles.
What's up, Brett?
Hey, Vonnie. What's up, Nachi? Chris? Straight.
What's happening? Merry Boxing Day.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Awesome.
So, when Adam Aron created APE, the chance of conversion was already put out there, right?
Yes.
This is all part of checkmate. It is happening as planned.
Yes.
100%.
Absolutely.
Happening as planned.
We knew when they released APE that there was a chance, and we were excited about the chance of the conversion. And I don't know why everyone's like all butthurt now. They're butthurt because they're doing.
And don't forget the word pounds.
Well, but
don't forget pounds.
People are doing arithmetic that does not make common sense. They're doing like elementary school arithmetic, which you can't do in this instance for what we're dealing with right now. And I understand people's frustrations. I understand when I hear someone say, well, I only have 100 shares and I'm only going to have 10 shares now. I get what they're saying, but they're not understanding the market dynamics of this.
100%. I get you too. And the understanding is things will go higher now. Those higher numbers.
We've been at a standoff for a year and a half because we didn't vote on this.
Right.
We lost the opportunity to dilute it $60, $70, and $50.
No shorts can close shit because no one's selling shit. You can't move shit.
And if it was only AMC,
then you add short AMC, short APE, you even short even more. So what he did was take a small number of shares that were voted on. He had this in his pocket a long time ago. You have to imagine if it was 2000, he had this in 2021. He could have done it. There was a reason. Dude, he let them dig their ditch, and then he was gonna bury him with the fucking dirt. You see that, right? He could have done this in 2021. Could have done it early 2022. He waited for them to fucking not yield their fucking filings at the end of the year. Then he waited all the way to the end of the year. Now when they have to do this, they dug the ditch, and now he stuffs the dead bodies in there. I talked about and then he fucking buries them.
And created APE, which would force them close. This is the key here. Without APE,
exactly the APE cage. Are you talking about the APE cage now? I love the APE cage. I love the APE cage.
Billy is what's going to save us, guys. Like, do you like?
It's not even fuck Billy. I'm talking about the APE cage. That's fucking. That's Bigum's talk. Though, I'm talking about fucking the APE cage. Hey, how about the Bob? How about on space? Coding with Rocket, everybody, all you guys always say, hey, Bob, get the old Bob, become the new Bob. So I don't know. I was just kidding about money. The merger acquisitions that I think that are available to AMC, it doesn't matter. I'm speculating on whether it happens. If I'm another production company and I just realized I just did $1 billion fucking dollars on a movie that cost me $300 million in fucking a week and a half, and I fucking know that I couldn't get if I had Disney Plus and I could offer in combination with the fucking ecosystem and the fundamentals that Chris and I switched the conversation. We're talking about business growth, and I couldn't get enough net new subscribers to pay for the production of that one fucking movie. It's the writing is on the wall. Read between the lines. This is the beauty of the poet.
Chris and I just decoded all of this in an 18-point tweet in April of this year. All of this, all of the Disney, all of the dividend, all of this. So everybody's getting super excited about all this decoding and stuff that's going on. Like, it's just, Brett, it's brilliant. And to be honest with you, from
Really
my
is.
perspective, it has came a lot sooner than I would have anticipated. I thought that this would have came about a lot further
Vonnie,
down the line. Yeah.
Why did APE run up 100 and almost 50%?
Because they're fucked.
Because they're fucked. Listen, they don't want to. $4 million were shorted on Friday. Well, it's going to be worth significantly more. One conversion, even though Adam Aron has said in his 8K that it will be a 1-to-1. APE for every AMC. If it's 10, you know what I'm saying? If 8 times 10 equals 1 AMC,
you have to cure your problem before you can go to 1-to-1.
Correct.
You have to cure your problem.
Thank you. Yeah, fix everything, but so you may end up with more AMC shares than you ever imagined, because if APE runs to 100, you might get like. And I feel you on that, Chris, but I'm saying at least. Not necessarily. I mean, you could if they're not short APE, you're probably going. If they're not short APE, you're stuck where you're at now, and you'll probably end up paying 2 APE for every 1 AMC. If we were to do it today,
that's just called flat. That's called flat.
Yeah, if we were to convert today, you would have to pay 2 APE to get 1 AMC. You would not just receive $2.50 of value, because that would be market cap manipulation. Your market cap would go up, and you can't just take it from the AMC shareholders and give it to the APE people. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to average it out, because if I own all the APE and you own all the AMC, and the AMC is worth 5 and the APE is worth 3, you're not going to give me $1 of your value just so that I can come up $1.
Good. Did you read the 8K? And then somebody from our community, I'm not going to call him out, he may be in the space, but he came up and he's like, hey Bonnie, I read the 8K, I didn't quite get it at first, and I read it 2 more times after that, and the light bulb started going off, and I understand now. And sometimes we have to read that. I've read 8Ks 2-3 times. I've printed the freaking things off and made notes on them, highlighted them so that I can fully understand what is happening. And when people are in space calls and they're arguing about schematics and they haven't even read the 8K, nothing aggravates me more, because you're not going to get answers in space calls. Yeah, you're going to have general discussion, but nobody knows. And you have to understand what you're invested in and what you're doing when you're, navigating these waters. So anyway, I just thought it was funny.
So
yeah, go ahead, hon.
The the other thing that struck me with the quote 8K, which you can write anything on there, it doesn't matter. I hope people realize that the 8K is just
Yeah,
like,
I could say that my toenail hit AMC shares on a tic-tac-toe board that we were playing in the back office. I wanted all the shareholders to know that my toenail hit the fucking tic-tac-toe board. Go ahead.
But it's still representative of, hey, this is like, now it's legal. Now it's like a
it's still like
legit
heads up.
statement that, yeah.
It's kind of like Monday's filing, $6, where he was talking about the acquisition of the movie theaters. He did not need to report to us that they were in talks and that talks had stalled because of X, Y, or Z. That's not something that he needed to.
Are you talking about when I said marry me Monday?
Yes, I'm talking
when
about
I called
marry
that
me
out
Monday.
on Friday.
Yeah. So
yeah.
So he didn't need to report that. I'm sure there's been a lot of boardroom discussions.
And then denied proposal based on false alimony, which I called out on way before the other Tuesday. I don't know.
Yes.
Who is this guy?
Who are you?
The only thing that kind of threw me off in the quote 8K that was released on the 22nd was underneath the 3 bullet points that everyone seems to be wrapping their brains around. There's another one that says, as part of the agreement, Antera agreed to hold their blah, blah, blah. In addition, the last sentence on that whole paragraph, AMC will limit the amount of additional equity capital it can raise prior to the special meeting.
Yep.
That's the only thing that kind of like go, why?
Because they're not going to allow any shorts to close out on their watch.
There you go.
They're going to force them to close out, and they're not going to give them any, free tickets to close out. They're going to have to come to us to close out.
Yep.
You get no free tickets to watch the cock show. You got to pay.
Not just that, the guy.
You're a cock. You got to pay.
The guy who bought the $100 million from him at 68, he said 90 days before he's allowed to sell, and only up to $40 million worth. So basically, he can only at this point sell 20 or what? What is it? He bought $100 million at 68, and he could only make $40 million back, and the current price is about $2. So he can only sell 200,000 shares? Am I right? No.
I don't know. I'm not looking at it right now.
He can only sell 2 million shares.
The other question.
2 million.
No. Is it 2 million?
Based on, are you talking about what he can resell?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's 20 million. He can only sell 20 million.
It's 20 million because the 10 to 1, 2 times 10.
So he can only make up to $40 million in the next 90 days. So he can sell 20 million shares.
I thought you were talking about the other.
But yeah,
gotcha.
So he's going to be holding $100 million worth of shares at 68 cents, and at 68.
You're talking about the bonus me shares I've discussed.
Yeah. So I mean, basically, they're
bonus me.
They're stuck in this this position where they're going to have to close all their shorts, and nobody has any shares available to give them. Like, only crazy people are going to be thinking that APE isn't going to run. I mean, they've shorted 72 million more on Thursday. They shorted 54 million on Friday. On the 11th, they shorted, they shorted 40 million. On the 10th, they shorted 22 million. I mean, they're short like a motherfucker.
Okay, let's get to Doc because he's been. Sorry.
It's the only way they could compress AMC. It's the only way they could keep AMC below where they need it to go. They cannot afford AMC to move.
Okay, $6. Put a ribbon. Hang on, $6 is going to put a ribbon on it, and then we're going to get to Doc. He's been waiting very patiently.
They can't afford AMC to be the same process.
The other thing I
Correct.
heard anyone talk about, and I don't know if it's important or not, is the Hart-Scott-Rodino thing, the HSR, because we're under the reporting thing. Like it says the second tranche, blah 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 blah, but the Hart-Scott thing, when I looked it up, said it had to be like 101, and we're at 100. So I was like, why did they put that in there? I was just throwing it out there. That's all I had.
Go ahead, Doc.
Hey, how you guys doing? How's everybody doing? Chris, Nachi, Vani, speakers, everybody. My boy Checkmate's in here, the code breaker, man.
Since you're a doc, I'm guessing you have a lot of patience, so you're in this for the long haul, right?
Absolutely, man, in the long haul, till the very end, no matter the outcome. I'm in too deep. There's only one way out, and it's through us, so fuck them.
Get it? Patience? Because he says, Doc, patience? My bad, but go ahead.
No. I just had, going back to what Chris was saying earlier, he thinks or expects APE to squeeze first, then AMC, assuming on the conversion and they're going to be forced to close, right? So let's say APE closes at 500 and the conversion occurs. AMC's price would then be 500. Am I saying this incorrectly? 500 plus. Can someone call me off and correct me if I'm wrong here?
We have no idea.
Okay,
Yeah.
so let's just, could we just throw just a hypothetical 500? How stupid would they be to not close before that? No, absolutely not even knowing, not having a fucking clue how high APE can go. I would expect them to close AMC out first, because that, to me, is going to be the mother of all short squeezes.
Well, I think they're going to
they
have to do.
no idea.
They're going to have to do some serious risk management.
Yes, which is why I was thinking if APE, we don't know how high APE's gonna go. They don't know how high APE's gonna go. But if this baby converts, which it likely will, I mean, imagine they can close AMC out right now at 4 and change.
Yep.
And now they're like, fuck.
But here's the thing: can
So
they close AMC out? Because
Yeah.
what do they need to close out their positions? They need to locate.
They need my fucking shares. I'm not giving it up.
And I think that's been their stumbling block this whole time. Yeah. They haven't been able to close out their position, so they've just had to reshort. Like they've had to return, reshort. It's like a payday loan. Every 2 weeks, you go to the fucking payday lender. You're paying interest on your payday loan. You return that money on payday, and you get another one. And all they can do right now is kick the can.
And why?
And
real-time engagement risk management math is like playing speed chess. Every slippery move has slipping consequences.
Let me add to what Bonnie was saying.
So
it's important to understand that they were only able to close out 28 million of the offered shares from May to June. There was 100 million shares. They were only able to close out 28 million. The rest were bought by retail or other institutions. So if we can dilute the stock, pay off our debt, and still have all those short positions open, if we issue a dividend on them, the game is over. They're getting obliterated. They're going bankrupt. Then they're going to get forced closed. Then the real short squeeze happens. The options chain comes into play. Everyone fucking takes their money, gets their options, exercises, takes their money. Every single exchange is going to get fucking hit at one time. It's going to be a fucking moass.
It will be sit from all that exercising.
It'll be very interesting to see if APE doesn't meet AMC's price tomorrow. Because if it doesn't, oh boy, that means a lot of people loaded up.
Yep.
You know, I got to tell you guys that sorry, Bonnie, when I left work this morning, when I left work this morning, because I've got 16 people now at work. I don't know who's going to work there when we're all rich, but I've got 16 people that are now in our APE group there, and we've all bought in. And we worked, a bunch of us last night. So there's 2 units on each end of a hallway. We have a staff corridor, and I was leading a few down. I was a bit ahead of a few leaving, and I was going to the elevator, and people were coming from both sides, and I stuck my fist up, and I'm like, let's fucking go!
Yeah, that's right. Let's fucking go!
They're like, who is this lady? What's wrong with her?
But just to circle back with what Doc said, like, yes, they're going to be running for the exits on both of my, like, but APE was the perfect setup to really expose them and trap them by mirroring how much had been shorted on AMC and then how much has been shorted since August.
I absolutely agree. I always thought APE was fucking bait. And I think they knew it
And
all
according
along.
to
They
Vonnie,
just
a
couldn't
micro
help
PP is
themselves.
a no go.
They just couldn't help
A
themselves.
micro
They knew it was
penis.
bait too.
Yeah, that's definitely a no-go. But no, they did. And then what did they try to do? The first week after APE was released, they tried to shake us out. They had all these YouTubers telling us to sell, 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 sell. Meanwhile, institutions have been loading up. They've been going long.